A game that you loot 90% of the time. Perfect game for me. Yeah.
Make it a good one.
You guys' skins are looking a little free.
Huh?
I just want to
shiny,
blend in
bro.
with the bush, man.
What the fuck?
You gotta put the turban on.
What are you saying? How dare you insult my fashion?
Tuscan Raiders coming at you.
What is something you love about this game that separates it from other games like it? It's good.
The 500,000 people playing. It's popping.
It is nice when it's not just all sweats left. Wait, aren't we at the frickin' good spot again?
Yeah, well, goodish. Good adjacent.
Man. Real close to it, yeah.
We're gonna have to kill a snitch outside here.
Does it
I
always
think
spawn?
I still need those parts.
Oh, there's a pair. Yoink.
No way. Insane spawn. Are we killing the snitch or are we just chilling?
Yeah,
He's about to see you, I
3,
think.
2, 1. Alright, who's shooting the kettle at it? Don't do that.
Don't even bother?
Just make light ammo does like nothing to bots.
Okay.
Oh, you guys have
just
no game mode.
make a pharaoh.
Oh, there's a boy coming.
Thanks,
they don't actually damage you, they just run away.
Oh, okay.
The big
no,
balls.
there was a flying one that saw you.
Oh, I thought you meant the big ball that was rolling.
No, I know the really fully doesn't. Trust me, I learned.
Did you get scared of him the first time you saw him?
No, I ran around the whole map trying to kill him like an idiot.
Yeah.
Like,
I always have my flashlight on.
You wanna know the tech, dude? You just barricade them in and they can't get out.
Wait, you can barricade him?
Yeah, you just build the walls around.
Yeah, you
them
can like Fortnite this game. It's kind of silly.
If all three of us start running barricades, it's actually like hilarious. I got another pair.
Funny. Does he not like react if you get close? Because he's stupid?
You just gotta do it quick.
Okay.
I dropped 2 pairs.
Okay. Oh, dude, that's it. That's all
You got them all?
See, like, oh,
yeah.
See how close I am? You could have.
But we could have totally like put him in a box. Yeah. Oh, sandstorm.
Wait, what is that? Did that enemy just roll away from you?
Yeah, that's the. You need, I think, three of his parts. Can't remember.
He's like a loot goblin.
Speaking of loot goblins,
it's gonna be us right now.
I'm gonna go break the door open.
Open that shit up, DJ.
Like DJ Khaled playing a guitar.
That's cursed.
Did you see that video?
No.
Oh, dude. You know, I don't want to ruin it for you. Look it up sometime.
Yeah, no, that's spoilers. Jesus, little goblin.
Mmm, tasty.
Yeah, I didn't even look.
Going upstairs. You guys can have the shelf loot. Oh, we got three drawers.
Insane.
Drawer.
What the hell? This drawer had a whole ass gun in it. I don't think that fits.
It does now. What gun?
Right there. Oh, you just a shit rattler. Just rattler one.
I got a purple silencer or barrel, extended barrel.
Oh! I didn't see that.
Oh boy.
Then he was blinded by the loot.
Happens to the best of us.
I saw the light turn red when I was looting, and I just kept looting.
Yeah, that ill game looks interesting, but I also feel like it's one of those games that looks like a tech demo and might not actually be like. I don't know.
You know slide tech, yeah. If you slide, you regen stamina. So anytime you see like a little baby hill, you should be sliding.
Yeah.
Snitch.
Tell you.
I missed! It's gonna call the homies. No.
So sad.
God, I've got freaking reloaditis with this gun. I always try to reload it, but I don't need to.
It spawns in a few different spots.
Okay.
Shotgun.
Oh, I got a shotgun.
You want the choke?
Are they any good?
The El Toro is really good. It's a pump
I
shotty, but you can two-shot people with it if you
I will use
do
it.
it already.
I will use it. Give me the choke.
Drop it when we're near each other.
Can I put it on my shotgun right now or no?
Yeah, yeah. You can throw attachments on it, right?
Okay.
Oh, you already got the
Yep.
Okay.
How is it not dead?
Made it fly weird, so I missed.
Aha.
Oh, there's another one. No. Being bullied.
Another wasp?
Choke still?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Gotta really How do I install that thing right now?
Just drag it on.
Over onto it. Like you might have to equip the gun and then drag it on. I'm not sure.
Oh god. I don't think it's possible on controller.
Oh.
Are you playing on controller?
Yeah, for the most part.
Oh, damn.
I did a day with controller and a day with mouse and keyboard. I really enjoyed. It's good. It's actually good. I'm coming.
Heading towards the hospital. That damn tree.
Hospitals
Probably
across the
stamina
map.
shot across the map here. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think. I did not bring staminas.
Here, I'll
Oopsies.
drop you two.
Thank you.
You in the hospital?
Yep. I need to do... Wait, oh, I need to do...
Yo, Sugar Boy, thank you for the 42 months.
Parking garage here.
Parking garage.
I don't know.
Oh, I gotta scroll in more, I think. Right
Oh,
here.
yeah.
It's right next to... It's actually right next to the hospital. I can do them both.
There you go.
Where's my ping? Let's go to the parking garage. I lost my ping somewhere.
Yeah, it's weird. But sometimes my stamina like doesn't show up.
Yeah, you have like a 5-second window when it's like not drained enough to show you the bar.
Oh, okay.
It'll do this. I just heard someone take fall damage. Was that you guys?
Nope.
No.
Someone's nearby then.
Where did you hear it?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell directional sound in this game.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
But I did hear it. Got the bastion here. Someone just flared right next to us.
It's okay.
Oh, they're
kinda.
calling the supply drop.
Oh.
Well, I need that for my quest. Let's kill him and take it.
But you gotta call it too, though.
Oh.
Wait, do they have a Rocketeer on them? They do. They have the Rocketeer accurate on them.
Down there.
Holy shit, do you want to ruin their life?
Yeah, by the. Oh wait, right here, someone's extracting.
The library metro entrance.
Are we gonna let him?
I don't. They're already down in there. We'd have to push down in.
Well, then maybe we just let him go.
I mean, we can.
Yeah, I mean, we
crouch
gotta do
down
the
stairs.
quest, so.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I'm gonna hit parking garage then.
Okay. Spoon, I hear him.
They're talking on voice comms.
Yep. Piggy bang.
Oh no! Oh no! I didn't see him.
We need
Oh,
to
there's
get
a player right on
inside.
top of me. Right on top of me.
Where is he?
He was like right here. I saw him on the corner.
Jesus,
Where'd he
go.
go? Oh, there's a ball. There's a ball. No!
What's going on?
Oh, don't shoot those with a kettle. That's why you need a barrow. Oh, kill the shocker. Kill the shocker. I got it. There's another one. What the hell's going on?
Holy sh!
What the? Alright, I think that was it. There's only 13 of them.
PvE, man.
That was kind of scary. One of these wasp things.
Does anything look like a raider camp here? Oh no.
Bastion out there, I think.
Oh, there's an achievement for setting off 2 alarms in a single.
Wow.
Alright, let's just do the hospital. I'll figure out
Yeah, rolling puts the fire out faster, I think.
I'm scared.
Yeah. Careful going in
Oh.
here.
No, bad.
Oh,
yeah.
that's unfortunate.
The turret's still up in there.
I'm running for the door to check. It's not open.
I don't think anyone came hospital in this round.
Yeah, it looks unlooted.
There's gonna be
Oh,
another.
it's
Oh,
unlooted. You
there's
good?
no way that hit me.
And he's going through all his shields.
I got grief fight. Yeah, dude, I actually did. Mental
I
one.
have extra if you need it. Raider hatch key! Raider hatch key!
That's so terrible.
Oh, is it actually bad?
Yeah, I mean they're good to use on daylight maps, but they're worth like nothing.
I was so excited.
I don't know what I should salvage.
Jesus, I got some. It's just valuable.
Oh, there's a hospital key. Use it.
Wait, you have one?
No, no.
Yeah, that's the door.
Alright.
Okay. God, that was psycho.
That was fun. I like how hectic this game gets sometimes.
Yeah. It was actually insane. Disney,
I don't know where to
quest
look.
up?
I did. Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Let me look up this raider quest really quick.
I don't know what an anvil here. I don't have any heavy ammo though.
I would like to leave.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, anvil's super good.
Oh, okay, I know where it is. We go to that elevator and break the door open.
Can we use the hatch key?
Let's head home
Yeah.
and the collapsed store hatch.
Oh, I found a thingy to open.
Yeah.
It's worth taking
Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah. We use it to open the hatch. Don't use
No,
it until we're.
the crate, dude.
Oh, what crate?
Oh, the field depot thing.
The field depot.
I don't think we need to do that.
I don't.
The loot's not that good from it.
Okay. Did I keep the key then? I did. I still have it. Yeah. I'm hearing all sorts of shit, man.
Yeah, the Bastion aggroed me. I'm going the other way.
Okay, I'm with Nist. Where are you?
I'm climbing the stairway upstairs.
I see. He's dead. Wait, he's down there?
Yeah, he's like on the wall there.
Do we want to take the hatch or?
I want to do my quest in parking garage.
Oh, right. You need to do your quest. Okay.
Garage quest, and then we can take the. There's literally an exit like right here. I know it's a little dangerous, but.
We go down the hatch. We gotta show you guys the hatch.
Okay, I mean I've done it, but.
There's something you have to like. Did you repair the thing at the hatch, Oro? Pipes. Okay.
Get the free hatch key. Yep.
Gotta go to the elevator for this wish really quick. Practice door open.
I'm down to take the hatch if you guys want to. It just, you know.
I've got one too.
Okay.
Oh wait, no.
Are they?
They're not rare. I've got like 6 in my
Well,
inventory.
might as well fucking use it then. Fuck it. We'll go down.
I just don't use them much because I mostly play night.
Are they not there at night?
No, they're closed at night.
Wow. Okay.
Gotta drop something, dude. I'm too heavy.
I mean, that makes sense. Oh, dude, I'm getting some bad flashbacks.
You get stuck down here or something?
Yeah, I got fucking in a crossfire down here.
There's-
It's psycho.
There's an industrial battery in there. You need it for.
Oh, I've got a bobcat.
Oh, he got the weapon crate. I've been bamboozled.
Mm.
Do you want it?
No.
I'm dropping the
I
shotgun.
got like
I'm dropping
3.
the shotgun.
What the?
Yeah. SMG apricot. Dude.
Okay,
How's it going, Brog boy?
Oh, there's a shotgun mag here if you want to put it on the shotgun.
Yeah.
It's in there. It's in there.
Yeah, I'm overloaded. I'm too fat.
The Bobcat's a SMG. It's very good.
I'm so happy.
Okay, let's go. Where's
Yeah,
the
I
radio?
would like to fucking leave. Someone else is calling the extract.
Yeah, let's just go for the radio. What the?
Yeah,
Can
let's
I
go for the
mantle?
hatch.
I think you gotta jump this one.
No, it's because I'm over encumbered. I don't think you can mantle in here.
No, this one's just weird. The ledge is weird.
Hatch is on my thing. Are we gonna go through here?
Yeah, I'm not going past that.
Yeah.
First killer, he's gonna pop out.
No.
Gonna phase through the floor.
No, I got my bobcat. No, please.
Turn your flashlight off. You're addicted to having that thing.
Dude, I don't even fucking notice it. That's the problem.
It's literally like a,
Kill me.
like you can see it cross
Yeah.
map. It's so dumb.
It's so bright. Crazy. Alright, you wanna use yours? There's a ball.
I actually don't know if I have it. No, I think when I
Oh, nice.
unload backpack, it put it in my stash and I didn't re-grab it.
I got it.
I'll bring one in next round.
Cover me?
I'm out. Goodbye.
Only one per?
Oh no, all 3 of us can go.
3 of them, I yoinked it.
That would be so funny.
Yo, Thoros, thank you for the 37 months, man. 80,000 worth of loot. Damn. I got 80,000 from that run.
Holy, that's where all the loot went. Alright, I've maxed out carry capacity. I carry 78%.
Dude, this gun is half durability. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's the only thing that's bad about the weapon crate games.
Nah. Looks like it's been under apparent. I don't even know if I like it.
Oh, my stash is cooked full.
I'm too full, chat. I'm so full on shit. Maybe some of it stacks.
Yeah, you just needed the hornet things, right?
Yeah, we just gotta kill 2 more hornets, and I can make the blue MKs. Except, do I even have? I just need magnets.
Yeah, we are the Arse
So
Raiders.
go to the seed trade and buy the magnets out every time they're up. That's what I
Yeah.
do.
Okay.
I do the same thing with springs, but that's a personal
Am I
preference.
sponsored to play this
What
game?
do springs make?
No.
A bunch of the advanced gun stuff.
I
Like
see.
it makes.
I'm just
it makes
addicted to
the
looting.
Torrente. It makes the different mags, stuff like that.
Got you.
I need to sell some stuff. I don't know what I should sell, but
Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Yep, I sure am. Okay, what is up with this controller UI? It literally blocks the buying prompt. And then, is it 1 day restock? They come back?
I think so. You can hover it to see.
Okay.
I sell some.
I trust you with the springs. Oh yeah, that sounds pretty good.
I mean, I buy springs because I have the Torrente blueprint, and Torrente is really good.
I have that too, actually.
You can like 1v3 with that gun if you're in close range.
Really? Oh, no, I have the Betna.
The old Tina.
The Tina. Assault rifle.
Yeah, it's good.
That's okay. I'll get that blueprint one day.
Need one more very
No way I
comfortable
didn't
pillow.
have space. I actually don't know what to do. Take a hatch key out. It's these wolf packs, dude. I've got like 10 wolf packs. It's actually grief.
Yeah.
You gotta go kill the queen.
I have one.
Same.
I got calming stroll this level. Insane.
And it costs. I feel like it uses so much to like repair these. Like I don't know if it's worth repairing the guns, or like salvaging them and then just making.
First world problems.
I think it's better just to like salvage and then make a new one. But that also requires you to have the blueprint.
Grab some of these out. Make sure to get some stems. Just.
Oh, yeah.
Does anybody know how good the perk Broad Shoulders is? Increased maximum weight you can carry.
I have it maxed, so there's like there's two different. If you want like PvP perks, you go for loaded arms on the left, which is the middle left thing that looks
I
like a
need 2
gun.
fireball burners.
That enables you to carry the green side.
Green side, okay.
It's
Oh, I
the
see.
little perk in the center.
Got it.
So that allows you to carry 2 guns with like a lot less weight, so it's considered better than the other perk you were just talking about.
Okay,
But
so you can murder.
Yeah, it just depends what ultimate you want to go for.
Yeah, I know repairing doesn't fully fix it. Oh, we almost have enough money
How good these are.
to get more stash space.
So like you want to get
Dude, this-
you
I
already
gotta
got
say
your
this-
stamina maxed. Getting you already got
The stash
stamina
UI in this game is
crouching.
kinda
The
ass.
Stamina regen while crouched is kind of nice. Same thing with like movement speed while crouching on the red.
Okay.
Like, why is it only
friends
4
went for
fucking
the,
items per row?
The slide stuff and the
I feel like there's so
yellow,
much like
so,
dead space.
Do they like it?
They do it because they can like perma slide to regen stamina, but if you're just sticking stamina stems, I don't see the point.
I see.
But that's
That
just
sounds
like
that sounds very quality of lifey. Sounds pretty nice.
But the nice thing also is the a little extra or whatever will proc off anything that you breach.
And you can't even
it
like
just spits out
type
loot on the
what
ground.
like I wish there was like a
That's
search
really
bar where you
next
could
to
just
the,
like type what you
loaded
want.
arms, so that's like a benefit of going that side.
That's over here. That's really cool.
And it changes based on what you're cracking, so it'll like tailor the loot to like whatever you're cracking open, I think.
Well, damn. Doesn't seem like there's any bad choices.
Not really. I think you're limited. I forget how much they said. It's 70 something levels. That's all you
Can you
get.
respec?
No,
What?
not until the prestige.
Wait.
2
Wait,
months.
what?
2 months.
Nope.
Oh
Don't mess
man,
up.
I'm really glad I put in my points into some good shit. Okay. That's crazy. Okay. Where are we going?
Oh, was there any events going on?
I can level up
I'll
scrapping
need
now.
intrepid friends like you.
Right.
The way,
Yay.
I need to loot a barren husk.
the way they used to make the ground tremble when they
Those are
walked.
all like 3 different maps have them.
I'll never forget it.
Dam will have it.
I'll need
Spaceport has
intrepid
them.
friends like yourself.
Let's go
and
damn.
the
There's a night raid there. You want to do it?
Oh, I'll bring a
dude,
key.
let's fucking do it.
I'll bring a key. Damn surveillance key.
Should you use attachments for the anvil?
You can only put 1 attachment on it. The other slot for the anvil is
The legendary?
a legendary.
Yeah, I
so
got one of those.
I would put the compensator on it, I think. For the shot spread.
I'm gonna do that as well.
I think the kettle's like way better than that gun. For close to medium.
I just like the burst, like you can peek and shoot someone.
Yeah.
Do you guys recommend upgrading the anvil at all or no?
I think anvil's trash if it's below 3 personally, because the fire rate is like infinitely better when you get to 3 and 4, and that's the main thing because you need 3 anvil shots to drop someone from full. So
Right. I'll try anvil 3 with compensator. If I even have it. I do.
Oh yeah, 50% increased fire rate. Can I turn Discord up? Yeah.
Okay.
alright, I'm ready.
I am almost ready. Just gotta make some bullets.
And then anvil's also really good at PvE too, so that's a benefit.
Can you craft
Exactly.
heavy
I
gun
run,
parts?
Like running right now, literally just the anvil with like a shit ton of heavy ammo. Feels good. Alright, I'm good to go. It's gonna be a good win.
I have enough ammo.
And you said you're bringing the key?
Oh, I need to put that away actually. It's fucking nighttime.
Oh, too dangerous?
No, they don't. Oh no, I'm bringing in the damn key. Just the raider
don't
vault
usually
key
have time to
doesn't,
deal
or
with
the
raiders
hatch doesn't
one-on-one.
work on night.
Are you using
oh, okay,
attacking?
that's what
I don't know what that
thought. Okay,
means.
yeah. Ew.
I do not know what that means.
I swear to God, dude, this girl, every time she messages me, it like segues into wanting food. No.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. She knows what she wants.
Medium gun parts. I guess you can't make heavy gun parts. Maybe you can buy them?
Need something?
Oh, you can.
Yes.
Oh, you guys are waiting. Sorry. Sorry, I'm zoned out. My bad.
It's all good, dude.
Gotta get one of those old school turn timers, give you a minute and it starts rattling. And
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
Shock collar.
I've been using the tracking a little bit.
did you guys see The Shape of Water?
No.
There's that.
Yo, happy birthday, Colds.
If somebody's seen it, you'll get the reference, the timer.
Happy birthday, man. Hello, Achilles.
Okay. I'm a little scared.
Kind of a bad spawn, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, we are not looting, we are rushing.
Have your eyes adjusted to the
I needed this deflated football, Denny.
Oh no, water treatment.
Though my suppliers say that
Oh my god, I got rid of your thing.
vigilant after sunset. Go to water
Alright.
treatment control.
I replaced it with my own. Green is better.
Where are we going?
Water treatment. I think let's swing through Dome and then we'll come into water treatment late and see if we can third party it.
Sounds good.
What's up, Jack?
Remember to put your extra shots away after you hit yourself in the thigh. It's so dumb it doesn't auto
Yep.
with them.
Yeah, I know, it's annoying.
It would be nice if the better augments gave you more quick use slots.
One of them does,
They
right?
do, yeah.
Oh.
One of them gives you 5, I think.
Yeah, there's the loot, there's the combat, and then there's the utility, I think.
Oh,
The
I
utility
see.
gives
The
you more
tactical
quick
one.
slots, but has some downside.
I really need to be bringing barricades.
Are they that good?
If we could find a barricade blueprint, you'd see, dude. They're very good. You just throw them up in a fight, and you just have mobile cover, and then people push you stupidly.
And then you fuck them up. Yeah.
Players right in front, right inside, right inside.
Shit.
Crouch walk, crouch walk, crouch walk.
Okay, okay.
You guys are a bit
We're
behind.
really quite far, but
They're
walk
right,
up to you?
right next to me. Right,
I
crossing
need
the
to
bridge,
get
right
to
here.
where
Live
you're-
ping, live ping.
I see him. I see him.
I'm gonna light him up. One hit, down, down, down.
Nice, I'm coming.
In the door. Oh
He's
my
right
god.
There, he's right there. I shot one.
Don't let him get him
He's
up.
got a sniper. Shot two. They're low. They're low. I'm gonna push in.
I'm gonna throw a nade.
Two down.
I
One
threw
guy
a
on the
nade in.
right.
Guy on the right.
You are
yep.
down. Just one guy
Alright,
left.
we
going
bully
in.
him.
I'm
I gotta
pushing.
heal.
He shot me. Where is he? Oh, he's right there.
I had shot him. I
Nice,
think he's
nice,
down.
Valtteri. Execute,
Shit,
execute.
guys. You got him? Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you, bitch. Nice job. Heal
What
up.
the? I said GG and he said fuck you. That's crazy. Above.
Is that another
Oh,
player?
we got aggro. We got aggro
Oh,
on the thing.
okay.
No, no, it's not a player. It's the freaking bots. They come through the damn windows.
Yo, go home.
Yeah, bully him. Teach him a lesson.
Come on, we earned this.
Oh,
I
yeah.
sniped the hell out of those guys. That was awesome. Nice job, you two.
I full lit him before he got inside with the kettle. I love it.
Yeah, whoa, a Vernator blueprint? Isn't that
Oh,
like the OP gun?
oh, he got it. Shove it in your butt. In the butt.
Can we leave?
No, just shove it in your butt.
It's safe up
Okay.
there.
I'm scared. I want to go home. The Vernator, you said it's OP though.
Yeah, but
it's
yeah,
pretty good.
you're gonna get it
Okay,
regardless.
please leave
It's
right
fine.
now.
Wait,
real
do you
quick.
not have a butt slot?
Secure it, no, a safe pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you been putting your
That's what
pears
you
up
said.
there?
No, dude, when you say shove it in your butt, I thought you just meant, like, pick it up,
Oh.
dude. Oh, you're just being weird, man.
No, extraction games, any safe pocket is called your butt.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, man.
I need to loot these wasps.
This likes to call it God's pocket.
How's he not?
Oh, what the?
I hate them, dude. I hate hornets. They're so evil.
So annoying. God, that felt good.
I got a hornet driver for you.
Oh yeah, I was about to say. Wait, I need that.
It's on the ground.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There was another wasp, I thought. Where did it die?
Yeah. Nope, something's on us. Wait, what the fuck? Did you guys see that?
What was that?
It just fell to the ground, like already shot. Did someone kill it?
I don't know.
What the hell was that? That was weird, man.
Oh, it's a snitch scanner. I need that.
Oh, that was the one I was shooting earlier. It just like flew away weird.
Reach these.
Oh, no mushroom, nothing. Tragedy.
Man.
Oh no. Oh,
You getting stuck?
I thought I was stuck, yeah. Weird.
The bot like died on you. What has happened?
Oh, I did walk past it, damn it.
Oh, well done.
Weapon crate, weapon crate. It's a Berletta. Does anyone need the Bettina blueprint still?
Maybe? I actually don't know. I'll take it though if you have it.
I have the Bettina blueprint. That's the one I got, right? The one I just told you about?
No, you got Bettina's kind of meh. You got the good one, which is the
I have a check mark, so yeah, I already got it, actually.
I can't remember.
Can I look?
My brain doesn't work.
I'm pretty sure I told you about the Bettina. It's the purple.
Oh,
I think.
yeah.
Yeah. You want the something ventilator
Yeah, we
or
got a check
whatever.
mark. I have it already. Can we like sell it for money or something?
It sells for like
it's
5K.
Okay. I will simply keep it.
Alright,
Where's
I'm
that
going for water
key?
treatment.
Okay, I'm coming with you. What key?
You brought a key, right? Is that for, that's for
Yeah.
water treatment?
It's water treatment.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can have the leftovers in it. This you ain't getting my
Mhm.
loot. I'm gonna pull perps. I can feel it. Double perp.
I believe.
This game fun solo? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a different vibe solo, but
You
yeah,
guys
it's
know about
fun.
the jump up spot over here?
Nope.
You can sneak up on people.
I like jump ups.
Oh, did one of you just fall?
No.
There's people here then, I think. I heard like a fall damage noise.
Yeah, I did
Yep.
too. I did too.
Just be careful, there's a lot of alarms in here. Yep, there's people. Crouch walk through here.
You got it.
Come. No! There's a fucking tick above me. No, it didn't aggro,
Oh my
The other
God.
way?
Okay, we crouch walk and we get ready to Goomba.
Okay.
Come on, this way. No. We just 3, 2, 1 with the freaking guns.
Yep,
They're gonna
ready.
be right through this. Everyone line up.
I'm ready.
Three.
We got guys on us.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh
Fuck
god,
you.
dude. Okay, no. This
I opened
isn't.
the door.
This
That's
is horrible.
actually so tragic. I lit one.
Hornet on me. I gotta back up.
I killed the hornet.
Back up. That's
Dude.
tragic. They were all
Literally
lined up.
two
They didn't
bots.
even see us.
Really? Oh. God damn it.
Where did
Okay,
those
I'm gonna go for the flank
things
now.
even come from?
They looted the key room, so let's fight
Oh, there.
this.
They saw
I'm
me.
flanking.
They saw me
I'm
run
flanking.
across. They saw me run across. They're gonna know you're there.
Doesn't matter.
They're in the room. They're in the room.
Do we have nades?
I don't.
I have smokes, but it's not really gonna
do
do
not
much.
throw smoke.
Outpost.
They're in the room still. They're trapped. I saw one at least.
Well, there's nobody else here. I'm gonna
you
third
serious?
person peek. I'm gonna third person peek it. Oh, they closed the door on themselves.
What?
Yeah, come in.
Are you gonna open it?
You ready? Line up.
Yeah,
line
I'm
up.
ready. I'm ready.
No.
Where do you-
Did you get there?
Right on the door right here. Got one.
Other
Got
guys
two.
lit. I think that's all of them.
I'm checking behind us. I think it's just
Oh.
these two.
It must have been a duo. Tragic.
Okay, I'm watching the doors. I'm watching the doors. You guys just loot up, honestly.
Hey, they had grenades.
Yeah, the grenades would have been very helpful there.
Oh, that's got a
Oh,
fucking
this guy had a
anvil
photo
too.
electric float.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I read about that. Is it like
You want
good?
to take it?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I
it-
want to take a cloak.
It's makes it so I think the other guy had all the guns or something because that guy had none.
Yeah, I got a
Okay, I'm looting
tempest.
now. I'm looting now. Nobody's
Got a
watching.
tempest? What
Yeah.
the?
Light blueprint guards. Oh my god. Light blueprint guards? Yeah, I'm gonna stick it with it. Light gun part blueprint I found. Damn. There's a pharaoh. Oh my god. Yeah, the photoelectric cloak. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
That sounds so cool.
That poor guy, I could see his freaking hand. I killed him by shooting his fingers. Hey, guys, you guys gotta look at loot better.
Yeah, I
There's a
know.
wolf pack on the table. On the table. Loot it.
Wait, a what?
I'm still
Oh
looting the
shit.
corpses.
Yeah, I
the
wasn't
PvE
even looking at anything else, dude. Oh
I
shit.
was watching your back. All right.
Hey, there's a lemon in there.
Dude, insane.
The frickin' two perps in here. Sheesh.
Really? Are they stupid? So we can match up against duos.
Yeah, so duos, it's supposed to quote mainly match you against other duos, but every time I do it, we get trios. Other than like one day for a few hours.
Man, that sort of sucks.
But they have so much population in this game. I don't understand why they don't just.
I hope they change it. Maybe they were worried about launch. I don't know why. Finals is popular. I think this one is going to be popular no matter what.
Well,
Okay.
let's get the
Let's
fuck
head
out of
out.
here.
Let's get out of here. I think it's time to go. I'm in agreement with that. This is nuts.
Fireball burner.
The kettle go burr.
Anvil's fucking good too. I like this
I
gun.
love Anvil,
It's
dude.
not, dude. Whenever I have guns that don't one shot and it's a hit or you're dead, I fail
Be
with
careful.
them.
He's right fucking there.
Hey. There's gonna be a pair here. Let me see.
No way.
No
No
pair,
way.
no pair.
I don't even need it anymore, but... Oh, fuck.
Shoot it.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, I need it.
Oh, that's not a hornet. That's a regular.
Uh,
Hornets have
Can't tell the difference.
they have armored on the front fins. That's how you tell the difference.
I see.
Honestly, just bring you in a hornet. Or yeah.
Nice job, dude. Insane
We're
run.
dying. This is dead. It's good.
Goodbye, Diz.
Hit plus 160 XP.
Hell yeah.
Damn, that was a good run.
That's
That was
an
nice.
understatement. These poor guys, dude. They just like... had
Got
no
all the loot
chance.
for us
That's what
and saved us a
happens to
key.
me. Every
What are they even
time,
saying?
dude.
They were like, oh,
No, I was talking to them and the guy said, "Fuck you."
fuck you, he said. Yeah, that was mean. He's pissed.
Yeah.
I'd be pissed too, dude.
They're trapped in the room.
Like bats, dude.
Duos in this game is kind of cursed.
Yeah. They shouldn't have trapped themselves in the room. They should have got out and tried to spread out a little.
Dude, I mean, they would have insta died if we just just
Yeah, I
get
know.
griefed
If
by
the
AI.
bots weren't behind us, like, yeah, that was crazy. Dude, the second you opened the door, I was getting flamethrowered in the ass.
Yeah, same.
I was like, what the fuck? I love the wind music.
Need to sell some of this stuff.
Oh, by the way, stuff that you recycle in match recycles for different than it recycles when you're out of match.
Yeah, salvaging
What?
versus recycling. It's really weird.
Yeah, so like, you know the ruined vests or whatever, if you recycle them in match, it's just cloth. If you recycle them out of match, they give you a magnet too.
You're joking.
Wait, which one?
The ruined vest, it's like a green.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's super weird.
That's so funny. I'm on the mushroom quest, and I don't like it.
Yeah, 4-man would be
Is
nice
that the
for
last
sure.
one? Do you know?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Oh man. At least I can sell my cat beds now.
I just have
That's
such a
crazy.
problem with just hoarding loot in this game. Like,
Yeah, Denny's an anvil hater, dude. I don't know.
I'm just not good with it, is the problem.
Maybe that's it. Maybe you just gotta admit that to yourself. You missed your
But
shots.
that's why the Venator is much better. I can fucking spam it.
Yeah, there you go.
just go full Papega aim.
I got 30 shots in a dream.
There's no way you're gonna miss them all, right? Right.
It's called suppressive fire. Listen, the army taught me.
That's true. That's true.
It's not about hitting the target, it's about scaring the target. The Renegade
Yeah,
is
you can
crazy
increase
good
the
too when
max
you fully
stash.
Use it up.
Really? I have
It's
one
like
of those.
it's like a Winchester repeater.
I really enjoyed it when I found it. Oh no, I need simple gun parts. How do I get those?
You can salvage green weapons.
Just salvage other greens.
Yeah.
Can you refine them too or no?
Probably.
Hmm.
Okay. Got that put away. Dude, I'm full again.
You cannot.
You can make medium gun
It might-
parts.
Oh no,
oh,
it's
a blueprint.
You have to find it.
God damn it.
Yeah. Medium
Maybe
gun parts
range
is like this, I think.
Oh, I'm getting broad shoulders.
I think I just got. Oh no, I got light gun parts.
I'll need
I gotta
intrepid
equip more
friends like
guns with pieces, so.
Well, damn, I really, really want that.
Unequip that.
That's so sad. I didn't get the simple
up,
gun
Dara?
parts. I got the light gun part. It's different.
Okay, do we have bandies? That. I need stems and I'm ready. Like, I'm honestly ready so fast, but after every match, I have to fight the inventory capacity.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible.
Let me see if I can't make the upgrade yet. One more Hornet driver. God damn it.
Yeah, I'll bring it in. Just shove
Yeah,
it in
please
your,
bring one.
in your pocket.
I'll put it right up there.
What is he talking about? I want to get out. I was like, what do you mean?
Don't worry about it. Alright, I'm gonna put. We only need like one defib, yeah.
Yeah, one each is
Yeah.
fine.
I'll bring one. Okay, shield recharger. Let
What's
me
up, Shooter?
grab
Thank you
that
for the
real
18
quick.
months, dude.
I wish there was a make like favorite loadout thing. You could press it and it would just make everything if you have the resources. Like
Nice.
that would be
Yeah.
so nice. Maybe I'm asking too much.
Alright, let's
Oh,
Oh,
see.
the durability on guns is so
We got
fucking
10 minutes
annoying.
So it rolls over onto something else.
Go back to the same map.
Hang on,
I
wait.
mean, yeah, Knight's
wait, yeah,
up
no,
too,
no.
right?
I'm good.
So,
I forgot
let's
they
do it.
used their key, those idiots.
You bringing yours down?
Yeah.
Cool. It was nice of them to use it, honestly.
Yo, shooter. Thank you for the 18 months, dude. Thank you, buddy. Have you been playing this game, Dara?
Now, do those rooms become more lucrative at night raids too?
Yeah, so night raids, you should only use keys on night raids.
That makes sense.
It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Like that room that we were just in, I pulled 3 purple weapons out of before.
Holy.
Nice, Spicy. Who are you playing with? You playing with Zeke and Trey?
It's not awful, it's not great.
And battlefielding? Nice.
Actually, I want to go through Dome again.
Be on
Your
your guard,
mushrooms.
Raider. Even
Dude,
a barrel
they
decayed husk can still hurt you.
Like, I'm gonna live on this map when the lush thing starts.
Yeah.
Sniff all the trees.
Same, dude. I need my chicken.
I've got 5 stems, I don't know why I'm freaking sliding.
Oh, nice, Spicy.
Don't hit the car alarm. Don't be like me.
I was gonna run straight into it, actually.
That thing's got its lights on, gotta turn them on. The real question is, how is the battery not dead?
Seriously.
Like robots are charging it up.
Maybe. Maybe those things are just built to last.
Anvil 4 is disgusting. Yeah.
Not the big hydroponic.
I got the Anvil 3 right now. It's decent.
Oh, it's right above us. We gotta kill these.
Yeah?
What is
Oh, that's
that?
a hornet. Oh, right. I got the hornet thing.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Let me drop your thing.
Thank
Right
you.
below me.
Got it. Thank you. My butt.
Another one. Broke one engine off. I think I missed that one, yeah. Got it.
Nice. Had a bit of speed.
Right, there's a snitch.
Can't even see it.
I'm hitting the tree, bro. Oh my god. Why is there so many?
Oh my god. This is bad.
Oh, you
what
just used me as a body block, you piece of shit.
I killed 2 of the hornets.
Oh, another one. I can't see it.
Perfect time for a team to come up.
Yeah, I'm watching our backs, just in case.
I hit some heals really
One's
quick.
down.
This is crazy. Why is there so many?
Jesus.
There's a snitch. He's gonna snitch again.
Another?
What is going? There's no Bastion. Bastion, run! No!
Holy
we need to-
shit.
we need
Alright,
to
you wanna just
fucking
leave this?
We need to leave.
I mean, we're stuck inside. Oh no!
Oh my
Gotta.
god.
I gotta stay hidden.
Yeah.
Can I smoke
no,
it?
no,
Will
no,
that
no.
work?
Wait, the snitch is gonna call again. We gotta move away from the
We
Bastion.
gotta run. We gotta run.
The snitch called in. We can handle the snitch stuff. We just gotta get away from the
Run!
Bastion.
Yep. We just gotta run, man.
We gotta turn and kill the snitch stuff. It's gonna come now. It's coming.
Jesus. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my.
Oh, God,
How is
he's
it hitting me? It's not even aiming at me. I hate it. There's another one. What is that? I think that singular snitch
Jesus.
called in 3 waves. Oh my god.
Goodness.
Oh my god. This is why I
I'm
bring
surprised
extra heavy
nobody's... Oh.
ammo.
Somebody's
That didn't
fighting.
sound good.
Good thing we got the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure a team just ran up there.
Yeah.
Shit.
That was psycho.
I gotta re-up on arc cores here.
What's up, Rush Frog?
Did you pick up the Hornet driver I dropped?
Yeah, I did. Put it right in my butt, like you told me to. I don't know why you told me to do that, but you know, whatever floats your boat. You know.
I'm going back to the war zone.
All right, watch out. I'm pretty sure I heard shots.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Southeast.
Very close.
Oh, there's
I
a
just
Baron
saw them.
Husk there.
They're like right fucking there. I saw the bullet fly from them. There's also people to our northeast. There's 2 teams. I think we should leave.
Well,
Yeah,
then
I'm not
let's-
trying to get caught
let's
between
go-
2 people.
Go towards the southwest.
Hold on, I'm hitting this probe.
Okay. Is Sebastian still here? He's got
I
it.
don't hear it.
Oh man, you do not love him. Can you use a baby bandage without like putting it in your quick slots?
No, I don't think so. It has to be on the quick
is
slot.
Stupid.
Yeah, I'm like constantly swapping my... Oh, that's the Bastion.
Oh god. You need to be careful, dude. It's right there.
Fine. The Bastions are really dumb unless you're right in front of them.
Okay.
Oh. The ball homies. There's another.
There's another one. Nice, thank you.
Alright.
Wait, I need to loot these guys actually.
These fireball
First fast start
burners?
the match. Yeah, the
Yeah,
one,
fireball
the first
burners.
one was.
I need fireball burners bad.
Yeah, I'm 1 away.
Do you want mine?
Sure, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course not. Come here. There you go.
Thank you.
I get the rest.
Yep.
Let's get moving.
Not gonna lie, ticks are actually little monsters sometimes. Dude.
They are,
They
dude.
wiggle
They're
so good.
They're so annoying.
Oh, I got a bobcat.
Oh shit, really?
Yep.
There you go. Arc alloy, should I be keeping these or no?
Yeah, they're.
Yeah, okay.
You use a decent amount of them.
What about pop trigger?
You use them.
Need that for a
I think
quest.
You need like like 6 or 8 of them, I think.
Okay.
There's a snitch right above me.
Oh god.
It's going past. We're fine. All right, I'm gonna run across real quick.
Coming.
Looting up. Bit.
Oh, no we're not. Okay. I'll reach to.
Oh, that's the freaking big one.
Are you good?
Yeah, no, I thought it was a little bomber, not the freaking fireball one. I have to use a pharaoh on the fireball one. They're armored.
Right. You're real far.
I am.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're pretty far away, sorry.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Ethereal, thank you for the 5 gifted.
There's a bot right above us. Be careful.
Stable stock blueprint. Yum yum.
Ooh. Very nice.
All right, let's head for water treatment.
What is this
Oh,
fertilizer
that's
for?
that's not good. That's not good. The Bastion saw me.
Uh-oh.
We're time to go inside.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sound good.
Let's go to water treatment control.
You ready?
On you.
Crossing. Did we hear any gunshots from this direction?
No, none.
Weird. It's normally like really high.
I'm just trying to get a bunch of metal
yep.
parts.
You
3,
gonna kill it?
2, 1.
bad. We just gotta run.
I missed it. I mean, it's gonna come back for us once it stops spinning.
It's a snitch, right?
Yeah, it's a snitch. Look,
Wow, he's
it's like an air
He's
traffic
super
control
confused.
tower, dude. Yeah, we can probably just go inside.
Yeah.
That thing's cooked.
That's crazy. Only got one stim left. I'm gonna save it.
I can break some off if you need some. We got 3
Yeah, drop me one.
on the ground.
Thank you.
Kettle's out.
This is crazy.
I've had people rat that. Oh yeah, the door's open.
Oh,
here.
it's open. Are we going?
Guns up, guns up, guns up. Door's open. I'm pushing in, pushing in. Oh, the turret's up still.
Oh shit.
Wait, was the door open or am I crazy?
It looks like the door is open.
We got a bot on us. Oh god.
Ow,
Okay, you got
they
him?
just ran past it?
There's a little rolly bot there too.
Yeah, how'd they get past the
Connection.
rolly bot and the freaking sentry turret?
I have no idea. Are they in here? No. They looted everything.
How?
I have no idea how they did that without.
That is
They must have
weird.
ran in and closed the door. Wait, no. It takes a while to open it, right?
There's a fireball burner in this backpack.
Okay, where is it?
In the backpack.
Wait,
on
I
the
hear
right.
someone. I think I hear someone.
Oh, I'm getting out of here then.
Yeah, I definitely hear people.
Which direction?
Above us.
Above us.
Like, to the south. To the south. I'm almost positive. South, southeast.
Might be a.
There's a walker above us. if
Yeah,
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's
I think
what
it's
I
the
heard,
robot. Yeah, one of
Maybe
the
that's what I
robots
heard.
sounds a lot like.
I'm not very attuned to players yet, so I could be just be hearing things. My confidence is like 50%, maybe.
I'm actually super confused how they got in and out there.
There's lockers here.
Like,
They
like
hit
I
him.
said, how quickly can you open those? Like, can you
They've
run
already.
in
It's all.
and
It's
just,
all
like,
hit.
Yep.
Can you run in and just like open them in like 2 seconds?
Well, the sentry turret I can understand. How they didn't get aggro on the ball is what confuses me. Those things aggro from so far.
I don't know.
All right, let's go upstairs and just dip then.
Okay. It's a bit of a bust.
Yeah, I mean we just took way too long in swamp because we had War of the Worlds going on.
Yeah.
Dude, that was actually so dumb.
True.
Bot. Hornet.
Ready?
Oh, you're going for
Crack
it.
the engine off. So you shoot the back engine since they're not armored on these ones. So whoever has
Right.
aggro on it, the other people just flank the back of it.
That makes sense.
The leaper like right on the button right now? It is.
Oh, that's not good. Not another one on me.
The leaper is padding. They just gotta wait.
Oh, I see.
Alright, I hit it.
Alright. I'm just looting up a little bit.
It's like soft aggroed.
Dude. That means someone's over there, right?
No,
Oh,
it's
no, they
looking at
saw
us.
Oh fuck. Not it.
It's fine, it's fine.
You
All
can't
right,
kill us in
everyone,
one hit,
everyone,
possibly.
everyone, start running! Go, 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 go!
Oh fuck.
Go, 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 go! Don't run into the AOE.
Oh, it hit me. Hold on, hold on.
Pulling
Don't.
the lever.
I'm in. I'm in.
Oh my god. I do not love him.
Mm.
Good shit.
I need some treasures,
Use
man.
that damn key. You know, your key.
What? Are you gonna steal my loot? That's crazy.
Of course.
I dropped the key somewhere, guys. I don't know where it went.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm using the night mode audio. I don't really know if it's worth it or not.
Yep, it's done.
rolled over.
This is so sad.
I need
You
to
guys
sell
ever,
some
like, scrap
shit.
anything like very obvious? Like, is there stuff I should be scrapping? I literally just keep every single wrench
think
I got.
the bolts, I think you break down to just straight metal. Or like gun
Okay.
I get to run into a quest that requires.
Okay.
Just spending all my freaking money. What's up, Couscous?
Oh wait. Yeah, I'm literally running out of great Malines.
Yeah, they're kind of a pain to maintain.
There's one map that has like 30 of them in a building.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I looted it solo yesterday. Yeah, it's just like full of the plant.
Okay.
Well, we got more stash space. That's good. Yeah, most people are pretty friendly. That's true.
Is Berletta pistol any good?
It's gonna be like just worse than the kettle.
It's very fair.
It'd be nice if upgrading the gun like improved the durability. Although I guess that'd be kind of
It does if it's a
Kinda
fresh
OP.
crafted or a fresh repaired gun.
yeah.
Damage
It's
to
like if
all.
it restored it a bit.
That would be nice.
I'm gonna use the restroom chat. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm ready for whatever.
Actually,
About to hit level
make room
19,
again.
dude.
Okay. Medical lab, craft some bandies.
Bar-tap system now enforced with Soul running for 3 battles.
Okay, I think I'm ready to just repair my shield. Alright. What's the new map stuff dist?
This alone? He's changing his fashion. Dude, that here's some pay to win outfits here. I'm gonna pull on my Bloodborne outfit instead. We gotta switch it up.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I was AFK.
We will forgive you.
Oh,
The way
thank
they
you.
used to make the ground.
I'm a gracious God. Don't forget.
What the new maps
The way
roll
they
over
used to
to?
make.
Harvester.
Harvester. Wait.
What does that
Oh,
mean?
it's the queen.
Oh,
Is
is
it
that
the
the
queen?
boss?
Yeah.
Wanna do
Oh,
it?
there's also launch tower loot on Spaceport.
Oh no, we do that. I want to show you guys the event. Okay, so get
Oh.
something that's good against a Rocketeer.
Okay.
What is good against a Rocketeer?
Probably
Heavy ammo.
Okay, so anvil's
You're gonna
fine, I
want to
guess.
bring
I
like
bring-
at least 100 heavy rounds. There's gonna be a ton of AI.
100?
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay. Give me a minute.
You might want to just bring like a Pharaoh or something for just plinking.
I mean,
Because you're gonna chew through that revolver's durabilities.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, I'll bring a
good
Pharaoh.
point. That's actually such a good point, dude.
I got 80 heavy. Maybe a bit more. I need to do a run where I just like collect metal. Like use metal for freaking
I'm gonna
everything.
buy. Yeah. Same here, dude.
Alright, bring at least 5 stems actually since we're doing this. Let me craft some more.
Actually, I'll bring Pharaoh 4. That's better, right?
I mean, I just use Pharaoh ones. It's not big of a deal.
Okay.
Upgrade
I
the
mean,
Pharaoh.
it's like 40% faster reload. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's definitely good to upgrade. I just don't invest into it past like 2.
I have one, so I'm gonna use it. But that's a good point. Yeah, metal parts, dude. Are those hard to get?
You can salvage a
No.
lot of stuff for it.
Okay.
Like like a lot of the rusted stuff, will scrap into like 5, 10 plus metal.
Okay. Alright, I got 120 bullets. I think that should be enough.
Yeah. Alright, ready up. I would be fun to do a queen kill too. We'd have to bring a bunch of wolf packs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one.
Alright, I'm gonna require you to bring everyone that you have.
Can too. I changed my Bloodborne get up.
I wonder if you queue into a
turn my
match and
heat
then leave, do you just get the scrappy stuff anyways? You have to actually like die.
I have no idea.
This might be bad to say on stream, but my friend set up a bot to auto queue Scrappy
Oh my
overnight.
God.
Oh my god.
That's really
Okay.
funny.
So basically, you know the battery that we carried for that special loot area, the supply depot or whatever. So there's like six or 8 spawns for this thing. We're looking for one that's similar to that, but it's called a fuel cell instead. So I'll go to like the common spots for it. I usually find it in one of the 2, and then if it's not there, then we gotta check all the little ladder spots.
Sounds good.
But
I'm with you.
basically, we're
So we're going to the
top
tower,
of
right?
that. Yep.
Oh yeah.
We turn the generator on so we can open the zip line door, and then we go to the top, and there's 2 chests and cages up there. And then when you hit the button, it spawns a whole bunch of shit, but then there's also a Rocketeer that floats up there.
What? That sounds awesome. I have been up there before.
Did you use the showstopper
not
to
for the
down a
event.
Rocketeer and ride it to the top? I don't know.
I don't know about that.
That sounds crazy. Maybe. Those showstoppers are super good for the Rocketeers, though.
What are they?
It's an electric stun, so you can like stun the enemy.
Yeah, it's a 10-second
just-
stun if you hit the arcs with it.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
You throw the Hornet drive at things. We're gonna have to kill the 3, 2, 1. Oh, there's another set. Okay. So come here really quick. Oh, somebody went in there.
An achievement for riding one. Good.
That's actually crazy.
There's
Not on
gunshots.
this one.
To the
Oh, I
northwest.
found it. Found
Yeah.
it on the first one. All right, so come look at
Dude,
this.
Insane.
Okay,
That
so
little
grab.
thing?
So okay, so when your stamina runs out, you drop it to one of us, and the other person grabs it.
Holy shit.
All right,
The only
Oro,
thing
I'm
is you
almost
can't
out.
get third-partied on this because the entire map's gonna see us fucking doing this.
That's lovely.
We got long range. We're good.
Right in front of us, person.
I'm dropping it.
Over there.
He didn't see me. He didn't see me.
We're about to get
You got
spotted.
aggro. Shit.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Double hornet. Just get inside. Come inside
Yeah,
here.
I'm getting inside. Oh my god, I'm out of stamina because I was carrying the damn thing.
There's a
where
tick in
did you
here.
go?
Oh,
there's
I
a tick?
locked it
There's
out.
another tick under
No!
us. Yep.
Oh,
Shit.
Oh god! Oh god!
Shot.
We're like in the movie. It's the alien movie. I knew it.
There's one behind you.
What?
Yeah, in the dark. Right under the stairs. He's camping.
He's camping.
I got him. Jesus. Okay, well, he knows we're here now.
All right, let's kill the hornets.
I left the battery.
Yeah, I know. We gotta kill the hornets.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, the second one. Oh.
I think they're
Alright,
both
they're
dead.
gone. Where's the
Careful,
battery?
there's a guy in-
We're getting camped. We're getting camped. Get in. Get in. Get in.
Get it, get out, get in here,
Oh,
Oro.
I see him. I see. He's rushing. He's rushing.
There's
He's
two.
coming
There's
in.
two. There's two. There's two.
Yep. Fuck.
All right, can they get
This
in
is
here
bad.
from the
Is there a
stairwell?
way to- Yeah, we
I think the other side behind us. I think they can get in.
There's a door right there too. Oh no, it's unbreachable.
Oh, that's the one that you need the battery to open.
God damn it. I hear them moving.
They're getting thirded. They're getting thirded.
Do we go rush them?
No, no, no. Just let them fight until we hear some flares.
I mean, that may be PvE.
No,
It's
that's
definitely
people
not.
getting
It's
shot. They're on this
definitely
door.
not.
I'm gonna open this door. Turn around.
Are we going out?
I'm just gonna lob a nade. Oh, we're getting shot from behind. Oh wait, no, never
Right
mind.
there.
I let him. I'm shielding.
Oh god, there's another guy.
No, 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 no,
I
no.
downed him. I downed him.
You gotta crawl. You gotta crawl. You gotta crawl.
Yep, I'm crawling. He's right. He's killing me.
We got. I think we
I lit
fucked him
him. I
up.
lit him. I lit him.
Yep, I'm crawling. I'm crawling. His friend is crawling away.
They're smoking.
I'm gonna
Anyway,
defib you.
Close. Defib him. Defib him.
Thank you, insane. Going in the fucking darkness to heal. Oh my god.
I didn't realize he was that close.
Distortion one is dead. He has been replaced.
We go out the back.
We go out the other side. They can't
Oh, you're talking in game.
I know, that was the joke.
Oh.
What do we do?
Oh, this is where the fuel cell is. Oh shit.
Yeah, this is where we bring it.
No, we ain't getting it now. I hear them. They're on the southeast side.
I think there's two teams.
Yeah, there definitely
Oh,
is. Oh,
that's a
God.
gas grenade. Right as I opened. That guy's trolling.
They're
Oh,
throwing a
oh,
grenade.
watch out, watch out, watch out.
Impact grenade. They're
I
throwing like
don't
100
think
grenades
I
in.
don't think they realize that's not hitting us.
Fuck. Oh, he's got low damage gun. I think it's your favorite, the kettle.
What the? You take that back.
Yeah, he's right there in that corner. Peek, bitch.
You notice how like your gun tries to
Okay, I
shoot
hit
the
him.
walls? Your reticle? I
Yeah.
don't understand it. Oh, he's jiggle peeking. I'm not fighting that.
No, okay.
Well, this kind of
I don't have a-
sucks.
I don't have a jiggle peak
Yeah.
gun. I think we all in out one side, like
Yeah.
not this side, cause that guy's fucking.
Yeah. Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh god. I got
Close,
sniped.
let's close the door.
Can you close the door here, Aura?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you got it. All right.
Okay.
Wait, did I just hear him rotate to the other side as I
Yeah.
said that? Oh, pushing!
Oh, they both came down at this. They're behind you, Oro. Behind you. Behind you.
He's down. I'm down.
Yep.
They're-
Two
Reloading.
on me. Two on my corpse. He's punching me.
Okay, just one guy left. He's in the corner. Got a
got
life.
him.
Oh, you got him. Holy
Three
fuck.
dead. 3 dead.
Man, what a bitch.
Hang on. Where's my
You can
fucking
defib me?
Good luck, guys.
Did they both kill
Oh.
you?
Yeah, dude, he ran up and
Oh
punched
my
me straight away.
God.
Yeah. He just greeted me.
Who greeds?
I don't know. Some assholes that
Well,
just lost.
yeah,
probably
they
would've
lost
if
'cause
they
of
went
it.
to shoot you. Yeah. Well, take my gun.
Oh, good shit, dude.
There's a whole nother team still.
Yeah. The pain, the fun isn't over.
Well, I
That's
don't know
my-
which
that's
one's
my
your
corpse.
body. Is
That's
this it?
mine.
Okay.
That's mine, Daniel.
Grabbing it.
Yeah, definitely grab my tricked out one.
Yep.
They could have won that fight if they didn't thirst you. I know. He took the time to run in the corner and find me in the darkness and execute me. I was like, what the fuck? They're stupid.
And that, ladies and gents, is why you don't fucking rush.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I didn't have the kettle there, we don't win that, because I need that many bullets to kill 3
Yeah.
people. Like,
Yeah.
I
Rushing
legitimately
like
can't.
that? Yeah.
You should be breaking all these guns for their metal parts.
Oh, shit.
All
Alright.
the shit guns.
Oh, good
yeah.
idea. Not my anvil, please.
That's already gone, dude. I'm sorry.
Goodbye, anvil.
It said it was worth 4 simple gun parts. That's not just one.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
see you next wipe.
Yep.
Oh, this
man.
we should have brought a hatch key here. We need to. I think our best bet is to boogie out and go underground.
Central?
You ready?
Watch out.
I can smoke
Hear
it.
steps.
They're fucking there, dude.
Want me to smoke it, or?
I mean, I'm gonna jiggle peek first. No, there's a rocketeer over here. It's on somebody.
It's on them.
No, is it on us? It's on them. We go now.
Alright.
Yep. Good luck, gamers.
Head home at the south elevator.
Oh, jumper.
You have stims? You have stims?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just did shift tab to open Steam messages. I want to fucking be able to sprint and use my inventory.
Oh, they're
Where's my
calling.
stims
They're
at?
calling evac.
Oh, in front of us?
Yeah, just heard it.
Shit. We should go to a different one then. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
up.
Head home at the elevator.
This is
I'm
where
not trying to
Raider
fuck
hatch
with
key
that.
would be nice, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Ah, why are you right there?
What is it?
It's a fucking regular flyer, but it's annoying that it's there.
Done.
Bastion to the right.
Hey, oh god.
Oh, getting sniped.
Sniper at the top.
From
Oh my
where?
god, there's
Oh,
multiple.
Inside.
Yeah, no.
I'm running past.
Okay.
They're both sides. They're rushing. I can hear them.
I'm just running past.
I'm running. Please don't.
No, they're cowards. They wouldn't.
I think I'm out of. No, I have a heal. Okay.
Jesus. Campers in there.
Oh, my shield's full broke. That's why I can't heal. Oh my god.
Oh, that's so fucked.
Can they get? They have windows behind us. Shit.
Uh-oh.
I'm like.
We just gotta hit
tap
that
territory.
fucking thing. Do you need shields?
Do I hear steps? There might be steps here.
He's got a broken shield. He can't.
Oh,
No,
I
I
see.
can't. I can't.
I
I
see,
gotta
I see.
change my shield. Yeah.
I would hide behind that, away from the building.
This is where a barrier would be nice.
I'm so scared.
I'm hiding
For
in the
you
rocks
guys.
up here. I mean, for us. You just want your anvil.
Yeah, of course I do. Oh, you actually didn't scrap it? I thought you did.
No, I'm not.
I wouldn't mind.
That would be a monster. Anvil 3 scrap. No, I got your Pharaoh also.
Alright, I'm going in.
Yep, start pulling it. We
Oh,
pull
we're
both.
trying.
We pull both sides. Pull both sides. That way we go down. We still get out.
Smart. Goodness. That was not how I thought that was gonna go.
Why is there 4 teams like all camping our door?
Yeah, well, it is the hot spot. It's a shame though, because you couldn't even.
Yeah.
Yeah, just got trapped like rats in a little hole there.
No, I didn't finish
Can't
the
believe the
RE4
thirst.
perma yet.
Those idiots.
I can bring you some heavy ammo. I took all of yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like that.
Alright, so there's the anvil.
You guys are just
3,
bringing everything for me. Damn.
Pharaoh 2.
Yep. I should probably put 1 point in to carry the momentum. That seems really nice.
How did heavy ammo end up in my safe?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
They want to get to the top of the tower too. Yeah, exactly. Can I level up any of my other benches? Oh, I can.
Defib came in clutch there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sick, dude.
If-
I was able to kill someone because of them.
The smokes helped too. I feel like it
Yeah.
stopped them from pushing.
It definitely did.
I mean,
Okay.
so the door locker right there actually might have been huge.
Oh yeah, true. Because yeah, they would have pushed
couldn't
and then
have
they
got
couldn't.
flanked
They
from both sides.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They pushed in on us.
Yeah, the guy who came from the other door blasted his entire clip into me, but then he was reloading.
Yep, he was reloading and I blasted him in the head.
My favorite part is they all ran in with flashlights on and I just could see everything, but they
Yep.
couldn't see me.
They really had a misplay there.
Okay, I need stims and I'm ready.
I mean, self-resing with the
I'm
defib would
not.
be
I need
kind
to
of crazy.
Get stuff.
I feel like.
Looting MK1. Hey, wait, can't I upgrade the gear
mean-
bench? I can, son of a bitch.
Yeah, yeah.
I always forget where stuff is, dude.
I
I
don't
put
have
a-
enough electrical components. So
You can refine those.
I will do that.
Yeah, I mean, like imagine a sniper on top of a building, and he can just
All right, looting MK2.
you can just
my
do
first
that,
one.
you know? Like
Zooted.
you down him, and then he just gets back up.
Be prepared for having all the inventory space now, and plus the carry weight.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's
It's
pretty
honestly
nice.
the carry weight is what I like more, dude. It's like,
Augmented slots too.
yep, the trinkies.
That's an and two.
This is
butt
just for money.
slots?
Yeah.
That's crazy, actually. Oh, only light shields though. I see.
Why do you think we've been having you stick stuff up there? We gotta dial it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, let me finish crafting and then we'll be good.
What the hell am I making? Yo, Karmic, thank you so much for the raid. Thank
All
you,
right, so
dude.
Dist, how much ammo you bringing for me for heavy?
I have 80.
That's perfect. I literally only have to bring like stims. Thank you guys.
What's up, Karmic? I saw you. What was going on with Karmic today? There was like some
Out of
difficult
shield
game
juice,
about
too.
climbing
This is so sad.
competition or something. I don't know. I came into the stream and he was watching somebody else play the game. I didn't know what was going on. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I'm kind of addicted to this game at the moment. It's been pretty fun.
The Husk event, if you see it, is like you just run solos on it and you'll just print the shield things out because almost every one you open has a shield thing in it. And when the Husk event was on Dam, I was looting like 20 around.
Really?
What do you get? Shield things, you
It
said?
gives you
The circuitry?
so like the things that you use to craft the shield rechargers, they like always come out of the husks. So when you're
Gotcha.
doing that event, you just get a ton of them.
Let me grab my defib.
It's supposed to be a difficult game race, but one of them didn't prepare well enough. I see.
If anyone has barricades, like bring one or two. I don't have any left, and I don't have the recipe, so.
Okay.
I'll bring one
I'm
at
full up.
least.
All right. No firearm. Ready up anyways. Make sure you got my stuff.
Yep. Launch tower again then?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's try again.
So I just got the
sad we
80
found
ammo.
the battery
for it.
right away.
I know. So close yet so far.
If we just didn't get those two bots on us at the start.
We spawn
Yeah,
closer
always the-
too. You know.
Always get
AI
It's a bit of a
always
dude.
griefs.
Fucks us, dude. It's so annoying.
Attorney race against Ella. And that could be interesting. I don't know if Ella would be down though. Maybe.
You just go to the power station, you get wires super easy at the top of dam. Just hit all the little generators.
Oh hell yeah. What's up, Beeb? Things are going good. Well. Hey wait! Stop!
Hey, wait. Yeah, we need to drop him this shit.
Oh,
Danny!
I guess that's important.
Danny, please!
Just start punching that robot.
I was about to go ape shit. Fucking pull out my wrench and beat their ass.
So you want to see a random weapon crate and see if it's there?
Well, there's a probe here, but yeah, let's just book it. Oh, we're kind of far away from the launch towers, though.
Yeah, I mean, we got stims, so.
We got stims and a dream.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a cool idea, Karmic. Feel free to like,
It's not there.
you know, hit me up on
At the
Discord or
base of
whatever.
that thing, I found a weapons crate before.
Ella's got like a pretty
Okay.
tight
keep that in
schedule
mind.
though, so I don't know. I don't know if he'd be down. It's hard enough to get Ella to play games. It's just for a few hours.
I don't know where we're going. I can't see it.
Let's go to the launch tower.
We have to.
The giant one.
I'm joking. Okay.
I hate when you like clip something that doesn't look like it should stop you and it just kills all your momentum.
Oh, dude.
Why?
It's like a little baby rock, and I'm like,
The worst part is those guys didn't even know how to do the event because they bum rushed the tower without the battery.
Yep. Are you just causing chaos?
Yeah.
Is that just what's happening today? Okay.
I probably shouldn't have done
I
that.
think Hornet saw you, dude. Oh no, he's just mad. No, it's good. That's smart. Go over there. It's a distraction. Is there a spot up here?
Oh,
It's
there's something on me, yeah.
The hornet. The hornet.
Oh, we got lucky again.
No way. The hornet is.
They're
moving.
coming, I think.
Yeah, there's one aggroed behind me. Save me while I run the battery.
Okay. Is he gonna shoot you?
There's people up there already again. Oh my god,
Oh,
this
you're joking.
We're
place.
gonna have to kill
There's
these
two
hornets
bots.
in front of us. And no, let him pat. Let him pat. Let him pat.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
gonna go around the tower.
I don't think they are. Are they?
I think they
fucking
will.
Rocketeer's patting this way though.
Okay, we're gonna go all
I
the way
really
around.
don't like being out in the fucking
Drop
open
that
like
thing
this.
like here.
No, we don't drop it. we play keep it from the server.
play
Why is
for
it turning
keeps.
this way? Why is it turning this way? We're going left. Go left.
Holy shit.
I'm fat as fuck.
Big left, big left.
Throw out the tow rope.
Dude, I wish. Shove your ass around. That would be fun. Uh-oh. It's to
Yeah.
our
Alright, somebody else
northwest.
grab. I'm out of stamina.
Yep, I got you. I'm the best shot. I should never be carrying this.
Who told you that?
Don't know why you're laughing.
Oh, I should have put my initials on that gun.
Spicy is too tryhard, true.
Alright, we sneak in. Oh, they're
Sneak.
flaring.
Sneak.
Getting, yep.
I'm slow. Oh, you guys left me.
I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna see if they're very close or not. Oh, the whole team's right here, fucking staring at me. Not again.
What the fuck? Close the
Oh,
door.
we got ticks in here.
Did they see you?
Yeah, they fucking were all staring at me.
They didn't shoot.
Like, do these people not know how to do the event? They just sit up here and hope that somebody does?
Did we turn it in?
Here, did you bring it in?
Oh, they're here.
Right here. She's down. You're down. You're down me. He's in the corner. They're all dead. They're all dead. Just get me. What the fuck?
Oh my.
We gotta finish him. We gotta
Punching
finish
them. I don't want their bodies out.
You got him? Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, there's another
What's
team.
going on? This guy's bugged. He's stuck on knockout.
Careful,
for
Denny,
me.
because you might get ran up on here. I'm gonna.
Yeah, we gotta close this back door. Just open.
Oh my god, they're fighting a leaper.
What?
Well, then let's shoot down on them while they're getting griefed.
Yeah, do you want to do that?
Right on top of us. They're right here. They're right here.
Coming.
Right below us. Right below us.
Yep.
Yeah, he's getting leaped. He's getting leaped. On ping. On ping. Got one. Got one. Other one's on ping.
Yep.
Oh, the leaper's on me now.
What?
Bad dog. Bad dog. Bad dog.
He moved up to my ping.
I gotta get inside. The leaper just fucking wrecked me.
Oh my god, same.
Get inside. Just get inside.
Yeah, okay. Uh-oh.
I'm coming to help the
Okay,
help this leaper.
Oh yeah, he's coming for me.
You
Don't-
just
don't-
shoot him. Shoot him in the eye. Just shoot him in the eye. He can't get in here.
Okay, okay. Oh my god. Excuse me, sirs. That's so sad.
Holy shit.
They're gonna push up now.
I think
mean-
I killed one that we downed. I was fucking.
You full killed him?
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I shot his dead body like I shot him like 3 times while he was down.
God, dude, streamers are so greedy.
Well, hey, now we're just fighting
Smaller-
2 people.
Oh, snitch, snitch, snitch,
Yeah.
snitch.
Dude, he blocked the bullet by jumping through it like Mr. President style.
And I'm afraid somebody's gonna
I
go
think I got him.
behind us.
I got the stitch.
Where's the battery, by the way?
I dropped it. I dropped it in the corner.
Like inside with us?
In dark corner. Yep, it's in there. Oh, just so much is going on. I just put it in the corner. I was like, I'll just leave that for
It's gonna go on fire soon, surely. Oh, yeah, he's on top. Oh,
Oh,
you gotta
God,
get out.
or I
He's
was
gonna
gonna-
full kill you.
The door's closed.
Yeah, sorry, I closed it.
Yes!
Dude, I didn't want somebody shooting us from behind, man.
Oh, it's on somebody else. It's on somebody else.
Oh my god.
They res.
Fuck.
The Rocketeer! No, not real life. Get back
Oh my
inside.
God.
I'm not doing a Rocketeer right now.
Okay, should we just fucking
This is so fucking
go out
stupid.
the
Can we
back
do
way?
this?
No. We go back up. Just slam the battery in this bitch.
Yeah.
Where
that's
is
what I
it?
figured. Where's the battery?
Right here. You're the
You
one
got
that
it,
dropped.
Pick it up. Yeah, it's right here. Okay, I got it.
Slam the battery in this.
All right. Jesus Christ, this is so stupid.
All right,
I
I'm
did
pulling
it.
the lever, Krong.
Okay.
Going up.
All right.
All right, there's a bunch of roly-polies up here, and then there's gonna be the Rocketeer that's floating around up here.
Holy shit.
Have you never done this?
No, we're fucking zooming.
So cool. Oh my god, they jumped down at me. What the fuck? You tried to hit me on the zip?
Oh, there's ticks.
Yeah, they tried to hit me on the zip line. Oh, little guy's coming in.
Oh, you guys need these damaged heat sinks on the shelves right here.
I do.
Yeah, I think you need 3 of them for something.
Listen for zips in case they decide to come in.
Oh, there's 2 zips, okay.
Yeah.
I gotta get some.
There's turret. Jesus Christ.
Got it.
You guys have
Okay,
bandages?
so we got a decent amount.
Okay, wait, no, I have some. I'm good.
Okay, so we gotta clear the AI first around this, and then we will trigger the chest event.
We got showstoppers.
Or we can the Rocketeer. We can ignore it if it pats correctly to the other side of the tower. It's like half aggroed right now.
Yeah. So
There's a snitch. What does it do? Okay, the bots right there we kill. This shockers.
which one? These guys? Floating?
Yep.
Oh god, I think
Oh,
it's
Rocketeer,
careful,
Rocketeer.
careful. Or you gotta move.
Aggro.
Run! What do we do?
You just jiggle it. So like you use these walls to block the. Use the walls to block the rockets.
Okay, I don't want to like block you though.
Oh, I forgot to reload.
Jesus Christ!
Alright, I'm shooting front right on the Rocketeer.
Okay.
Kill this last. Oh no! Oh, the Rocketeer went on the other side. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Oh my god.
Sorry.
Killed the Hornet.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Didn't want to. Once it's just the Rocketeer, it's a lot easier because it's only one angle. Move, please. Watch out. It's gonna weave it. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't stack while fighting this. It's cursed. There's still a freaking robot flying around.
Oh my god, he's.
That hit me.
You got splash damaged.
Got one armor thing gone.
Front right, shielding's down.
Yep.
Just do front right or front left, whatever's an easier
Oh
shot.
Jesus.
Try and not catch so many rockets.
Yeah. Yeah, try not to get hit also. Very helpful, thank you.
Wait, what is that noise? Did somebody trigger it?
Oh my god. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, try to dodge the attacks as they come.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was
Danny?
bad.
Also, be sure to let your HP not go to 0.
Did somebody do the other side while we're doing this fucking thing? I don't think
I
they
have no
did.
idea.
I don't know if it opens both sides of the zip. Is the only thing.
No, I don't think
I got
so.
one engine down. Do front left now.
Can't fucking
one,
catch the
front
cover?
left.
Yeah, the cover's gone.
Yep. Gotta be close. Oh!
Got it.
Almost.
No.
Almost. It's gonna missile here. Nope, it's failing.
Aw, this bitch.
Bro, where are you going?
Where is he going? He's going.
Oh. Oh my god, I missed. Bro, what? He's doing flips!
Whoa!
Revoke his license.
Bro, he's going. Shit.
Fucking die, dog.
Got it.
Okay,
There
we got
go.
him.
Jesus Christ.
All right, now we gotta be careful.
Yeah, so somebody stays down and listens for zips. I'm gonna trigger the event, and it's gonna be a wave of enemies spawn, but that was the only Rocketeers, so...
Okay. There's like an event you trigger? How do you do it? Just up here?
The button next to the chest, it's triggered.
Okay, so...
So now a bunch of shit's gonna spawn on us, and we gotta clear it out, and then after a certain amount of time, the chest will open.
Okay.
I think I might hear a zip.
You hear it? Hang on, let me come in.
Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know.
No, I definitely heard a zip. Am I going fucking crazy too?
And just you can like peek straight down the zip and see
Yeah,
if
no,
anyone's
I
coming
don't-
up.
No, we're tripping. We're tripping. Jesus. I heard it too though.
That's what I was saying. I don't know if the other side zip opens or not.
Is this only for the events that when they're closed? Because I went up here.
Yeah, yeah. You have to hit the
Okay,
button
that's
and it
what's
triggers
going
this.
Yeah, I guess actually I don't know.
Oh shit, there's a flyer right here. Wait, oh, there are players! I thought somebody was watching.
Nope.
Two players.
I'm like fuck.
Oh no. I'm crawling up.
The bots kill me. Dude, I was like.
Hang on, I'm crawling. You have a fast revive disc?
I do.
Hit Oro. Oro's on Oro's on your side. We should be able to reset here.
Oh my god.
You got smoked.
Okay.
More smokes.
Oh, I got shot.
Why can't I recharge my fucking shield?
That's actually a good spot. I'm coming disc.
I think it's broken.
I'm here. Get under the stairwell up here, Oro.
Okay. I just had to kill
Under
the
the
bot.
stairwell.
I don't have any fucking bandages. I'm fucked, dude.
Here. I dropped a med one. And then I'm dropping a little one.
I'm surprised they're not rushing us.
Oh, they are. They're coming up.
On your side. On your
Yep,
side.
I see 'em. I got fucking shot.
Oh no, he fucking got me.
I got him. Oh, they got me. Fuck.
Can you defib me?
Hang on.
I got two
I don't
shots
have
into
one.
him.
I'm trying to res. What the fuck? I can't. You have to tell me if they're pushing. I can't see.
Yep.
Don't crawl out. Don't crawl out.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit a bandy really quick.
Where
they're
the
also
fuck
gonna
is
kill
this
me through
medical
shield.
syringe, dude?
I have no shield.
Oh,
by
what the
way.
fuck? I didn't see that was above
They're
me.
camping us.
Crawl into
My
the corner
shield's
more.
broken.
Crawl into the corner more. Dude, no.
I'm sorry. I thought I was in.
You get a res.
I don't know where the fuck your thing went.
This is fucked.
Where's the fucking medical syringe?
They're pushing. They're on the side, right by me.
Yep.
They're not going though. I think they're afraid of the bots.
I mean, they should angle us out from down below, but they're just not doing it.
I guess they're just stupid.
My shield's broken.
My shield's broken too.
Wait, what did you
One's
just?
up. One's up. Oh my god.
Oh, they threw a fucking
They have
mine here.
sticky nades? What is that?
They got smart. Took them all.
Why is the bots not resetting?
Yeah, this is the worst. He's
Oh,
right behind that
they're on
crate.
him. They're on him.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh my god, what is happening?
I gotta hit a
Okay.
shield. Oh, my shield's full broke. Fuck. Oh no, dude.
Right, are you?
Okay. Defib, I got it.
Coming.
Oh my god.
They found out. They finally realized they can angle from below.
I got you, Diz. I'm rolling out.
Oh, we gotta crawl
Oro
out.
at?
We gotta crawl out.
I'm coming to you, Oro. I'm coming to you.
Let's
You
go.
gotta start hitting one of us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just,
Stop.
Yeah, it pulls you. It pulls you.
Oh, it does. Okay.
I think
Coming up. Coming up.
oh my god.
Oh no! I can't pull my gun out in time.
He got me. He got me. It's
No.
over.
All right, I'm crawling down to fall down the freaking thing. Fuck these people.
Oh,
Oh my god.
that's so shitty.
It's funny
we're
because
pinned by-
we would have been completely fine if we.
That was rough.
We could have been fine if we just had more supplies.
Yeah. Maybe next
Dude,
time.
the
You.
I thought we had somebody watching Zip. I would have stayed down there.
Man, that was a great pistol shot. Thank you. Yeah, I was fucking them up. It just my
That guy
shield fucking
pushed.
broke.
That guy pushed out and he like didn't even have a gun. Like I don't even know what happened. Like he should have killed you guys both, but he was just
Dude,
he didn't
the
shoot.
time from when you stand up to like being able to pull your gun out when you're revived is so long.
I know.
I literally
realized
couldn't
that.
pull
I
my
was
gun
like,
out
I was
in
like
time.
staring at somebody. I was like, all right.
Can you put a
please."
barrier on the zips and just block the wall?
Oh, you know what? We could
And they just
make it
like
so they can't jump off.
because you can't even dismantle it
Yeah, from the
That
one
would be
side.
crazy.
while midair, right? So
Alright,
How
we
would
got-
they-
unless you can't
what
put
would
it
they
that
do?
close to the ledge.
We have 8 minutes, so let's gear up quick.
Okay, fuck.
I'm just gonna bring the kettle and the
Bring mines and
Pharaoh
put them near the
Pharaoh
zip.
two.
Hmm.
Okay. My game is glitched.
That was fucking crazy, dude.
That was fun though. Just a little
That was so
fucking
fun.
Tragic.
Just so sad. They caught us to their pants down.
Okay, yeah. Apparently you can like block it off and stop people from coming up. Yeah, I'm gonna bring 2 barricade kits.
I don't
Do it.
have any, or else I would.
I think I should maybe stop crafting ammo. Can't you just buy ammo?
I think you can.
Yeah, you can buy it.
I feel like that might be better than you using all my metal. All right, Pharaoh. Oh
Yeah,
God,
I was
gotta be quick.
cooking. We just kept getting like the fact that I got down twice by the bot while I was rezzing you guys is actually just it like fucked the reset. It's so
Yeah, it was.
dumb.
The
That
problem was we
actually
couldn't
so-
reset. Like our shields were broken,
Our
and
shields are
I had
fucked.
no
Yeah.
fucking heals left.
We
It
got
was
hit by the
just-
rockets too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that wasn't our fault. We've never done that before, so I feel like next time we'll both be a lot better. But literally, they just tear through the durability and literally broke right
Yeah.
when we needed them.
Like 3 rocket shots breaks your shit.
That'll do it. Okay. That was so sad.
I had a purple shotgun.
Mm.
Oh, that's actually gutting. I have my loot MK2, my sweet ass pistol. Oh.
You had enough to craft another one, I think.
Yeah, well, I'll just
You
use
don't
the
really-
kettle.
you
I got a
don't really-
kettle.
No, I meant the loot MK2.
Oh.
I think you had enough materials to make another.
I did. I equipped it.
Oh, okay.
Shock mines work great too.
Yeah, I was wondering what was happening.
see.
Because I like tried
I don't know if I
to
have
shield
those.
charge and it was like not working. Now I know.
Funny how long they realized that it took them to realize they can angle us out from without even coming up the stairs.
Dude, they could have
I was
shot us
like-
in the back for
I
like.
was like, all the bots are on us, and they're just like, how could we get them, guys?
It really did take them a while to figure that out. I was very
having,
thankful.
Them having that many nades though, dude, is grief.
That was crazy.
And I'm almost tempted to bring like a extra green light shield just to fucking toss on in case
I was
that
about
happens
to say,
again.
maybe. Nah, we'll be fine. Also, hurry up before it closes out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got
I'm
3
ready.
minutes.
How do you see the timer?
It's every hour the things roll over, so
Got
just
it.
look at your clock on the wall.
Implying I have a clock.
Come on, don't let analog die.
Oh, I don't have fucking.
That's how all the best nukes run.
No one even knows how to read that anymore.
Don't skimp on firepower. Used for...
Alright, well,
That was crazy, man.
I got 60 heavy ammo. Hopefully good enough.
I'm surprised we stayed alive for as long as we
Yeah,
did.
that was crazy.
The res juggle. See, this is
Yeah.
the oh wait, I need a defib really quick actually. Shit.
Okay, dude, I fucking shot that guy right in the head. That came.
Wait, the thing is, I got a showstopper. Could I have not showstoppered it and we could have just like gone up and looted? And it would have, like, fallen?
You can just smoke the chest out and loot it too if it doesn't aggro you or whatever. But like, it's just easier to kill
What's
it.
up,
'Cause you
Mono?
have to do the other side. There's a whole other event when you jump across. So it's like both. Yeah, it's just better.
This
to
place
kill
is
the-
this frickin' event is a nightmare though. Like you're such
Wait, I was
a
about to say, wait, you said there's a whole nother one?
like the so I mean.
There's no,
It's
no,
not.
no,
It's
no,
not bad.
Rocketeer, though.
No, not. It's only the one Rocketeer that's always there, but it's just like 4 or 5 little bots that spawn to guard the chest.
Okay. Didn't you say Rocketeers are easy to kill?
They are. We didn't have a problem with the Rocketeer.
well, our shield's kind of fucked, but
Our shields were like gone.
I got
yeah,
hit-
you just
I got
gotta
hit by
really
it once.
respect it.
Yeah,
I got hit
well, you're a
twice, I
god
think.
gamer.
Oh my god. Respect
I
the
got hit,
jiggle.
like 5
Oh, we got
times.
a good spawn for the event.
Very nice. How do you know if we spawned in an early match too? Is there a way to tell?
It's a 30-minute timer. Is a fresh match. Anything less than that is a not fresh match.
I
No
mean, that makes
battery
sense.
here.
Unlucky.
You can spawn in at
Watch
like
out for the
15
jumper.
minutes. Yeah, I see it, but we gotta check.
Right. Nothing.
No, no dice. Alright, I'm gonna run through.
Oh, that last fight was so fucked, man. That was
Oh, I didn't
ridiculous.
bring stims. No.
I can split mine if you want them.
Just give me like 1 so we can find the battery quick.
There you go. I'm dropping one here.
You dropped one? Okay. I was about to say I'm gonna have to figure out how to drop one.
We're gonna have to kill this in front of us.
Yep.
See if we got lucky.
Minus.
We did
Nice.
indeed get not lucky.
God damn it.
Can be right
oh no,
there
we
as
did.
well.
It's right here.
Oh,
Yoink.
let's do it.
Going up, going up. The Rocketeer's padding. No, what is this timing?
Oh fuck, dude, you're not
Alright.
gonna make it.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, no,
I'm
no, no,
going
no,
around.
no, 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 no.
Oh, I'm getting
we got
sniped.
That's pretty far.
I see him. Yeah, they're super
I'm
far.
going. I'm going to the other side. I gotta drop the
Okay.
battery to heal.
Yep.
Somebody grab
They
it.
are running. They're running here. They
To
jump
us?
down. They're yeah, they're running straight to us.
Then I guess we square up then.
Right there. I just pinged him.
Wait, it's 300. Oh, the Rocketeer's right above us. Get inside.
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh, it didn't see us. That's
Where's
good.
the battery? Where's the battery?
I don't know, you dropped it.
Right there.
No, I just grabbed it.
Just
Lights
you got
off.
the battery?
No,
Then he's
I'm
gone.
out of stamina now.
Okay.
Somebody else grab it.
Got it.
Wish
Are
you
we
could zip
taking
line with that thing. We just go to the far side and then climb up.
Yep.
They're gonna be shooting us in this little alleyway here. They were right there.
I don't see.
Okay. That's where they were seen last.
You can drop it for me.
Yeah, okay.
Oh God.
That's a player above us.
Yep.
Okay, the war has begun.
Jesus.
I almost feel like the strat is to hide the fucking battery and then come back
think-
later after everyone
I think
leaves.
there can be more than one. I'm not sure.
Mm.
I think that might be a good idea.
I feel like that could work because people would just like let everyone kill each other and then
But
just
but
go
the only
fucking.
thing is there's
More people spawn in
people
too.
spawn in until 15
Yeah,
minutes.
Instantly.
that's
so it's
true.
like-
You'd be fighting
Through
the whole
that.
server even more than.
It could still potentially work though, but yeah, it's a
Alright,
lot
I
of
think we
time
get a side
commitment.
flank on them here.
It's definitely not a bad idea. Oh god, they're right there. They're right there.
Oh, the Rocketeer's coming around! I hate this thing!
Motherfucker!
That is so cringe, dude.
Okay, I think we just wait for it to pass.
I think we
'Cause
wait
if we
inside.
run back, it's gonna make
Yeah.
it to the
Yeah.
other side by the
Yeah.
time we waddle over.
Exactly. I'm gonna peek and make sure no one's coming.
Did I only bring 5 band? I didn't bring my regular
Did
bandages
you do
either.
the beep beep? No, someone's above us. Directly above us.
Yeah, we knew
Right
that.
there. Yeah. Just
There was
making
the.
sure.
Hopefully they fight each other.
This shit is
I think
stressful
we
as fuck,
best
dude.
Grab the battery now, huh?
Let's wait for the
He's-
Rocketeer to pass.
He's gonna be passing like now, I think. Oh, did you see
I mean,
Oh, he sure
like
did.
the people above us. Oh no. Do we truffle shuffle to the other side
I think
now?
we truffle shuffle. No, to
The
this
left side. Oh wait, there's
well,
a
that's
leaper.
where the Rocketeer's
Oh god, there's a
aggro.
jumper.
The leapers, they won't aggro
leaper.
from too far.
He's leaping.
All right.
Yeah, the
We going up
Rocketeer's
then?
still right here. We gotta
Oh,
go to the other
okay.
side.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my God.
This is so stupid.
I mean, last night nobody knew how to do this. I was getting them for free.
Man, now everybody's all over it. Well, it does say drop ship like loot spot, so everyone's going here no matter what.
Although wait, the thing is, since this was the final match, people can't queue in at the 15-minute mark.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, good
it's a
point.
different mode.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so I think this lobby is like safe for respawn. Yeah, you think about that. My fingers hurt.
Was that our shot or no?
No.
No.
Okay, then somebody's northeast of us. Is that?
Wanna pick this up?
My fingers hurt.
Yeah, I can pick it
I
up.
just realized what you said.
No, I'll carry it. I'll carry it forever. My precious. Are we going up?
Yeah, I'm looking right now to see if they're up
Just
here.
cover me.
The fucking Rocketeer's coming on the left here pretty soon. You gotta get up.
Okay, I'm going as fast as I can.
You want me to grab
On
it?
the right here.
Yeah.
on the right.
I think I'll be able to make it up here.
Okay.
Dude, if they're in
Yep,
here,
no,
just
no.
fucking sitting in the corner. I think
This-
they're in
goddamn
here.
it.
I think they're in here.
Yeah?
I think they are. I thought I heard a door. Hang on. Crouch.
Yeah,
Oh,
I heard a beep beep beep. So
That's me. I think they're in here to the
I
right.
had to drop the battery, so they're definitely gonna hear.
You
it.
ready? You ready?
Yeah, as ready as we'll be.
No.
Yeah,
okay.
open it.
You want me to?
Oh, you got a truffle shuffle.
Found one.
They're getting fucked up. We have grenades?
I'm hitting a charge. I'm hitting a charge. No. We got aggro. We got aggro. We gotta get inside.
We gotta go
Push 'em,
in.
push 'em.
They're down. Some of them are down.
That guy's got a fucking Torrente.
Oh my god! I got one!
We got him. We
Okay,
got him.
nice,
we got 'em
nice.
all.
All right, you gotta get me
Oh
Oro.
my god. I got you, brother.
All right, close the door.
I closed.
Holy
That guy was
shit.
fucking.
Good shit.
That guy was burning a Torrente at us.
Dude, he jumped down and shot Dist in the back, like, while he was falling. He was hiding at the top of the stairs.
At least you
Wait,
were able to down him.
There's freaking 2 teams fought in here. I only killed 1 guy over here. There's 2 bodies.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, his shields were broken. God damn.
Oh, this guy's got jack shit. Oh, he's got ammo though.
Does anyone need shields?
I've got
Got a
2.
metric fuck ton.
Yeah,
of
drop
them.
some.
You need some?
Yeah,
Wouldn't hurt.
I mean I have 2.
Let's see, where's this? I'll drop a stack of 5 right here.
I'm good.
Okay, we
Did
have
you
the
get
battery.
torrent thing?
Yeah,
You want that?
we have
All
the
right.
battery.
No,
Where's the battery
it's
drop?
you dropped it up on the
Yep. I
right
dropped
there.
it on the corner.
If it was gone when we opened the door, I would have cried.
Seriously. Does it despawn?
I don't know.
No.
Oh, dude, the fights in here are fun. I like it.
I do too. I do too, actually.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
I'm sick
What
puppy
the-
for it.
This is hitting
Herbal
that fucking-
bandage.
I'm pulling the lever.
God damn it. Let's go.
All right, you got the barriers.
This you come.
Yep, I'm coming. Barriered up.
I cannot
This is
believe that guy
psycho.
did not mow us down with a Torrente sitting in the corner.
Well,
Yeah.
he mowed me down.
You sure did. These little shits.
No weapons crates right there.
That actually sucks.
Wait, is that us shooting?
No.
There's somebody across. That
Already?
sounded like it. That sounded like it was on the same level as us.
Yeah, it sure did. It sounded very
All right, well,
close.
I got the walls up.
It has to be. Okay.
Hang on, there's a tick or something. Oh, yep.
I gotta heal
I
up.
swear
I
it
feel
sounded
so
like
much
it was
safer
on the same
now.
level as us.
Yeah, no, it did. It did. It sounded pretty close. There's no way that was far. Unless the sound design is just fucked, which it could be.
Alright, so we're walled up? Or
Yeah.
see this? Oh, that's dirty. That's actually... Alright, where's the Rocketeer? Do you see it anywhere?
I hope he just... Maybe he took
Oh,
a sick day?
he's chilling out there.
No. Dude, the barricade is crazy.
Oh, there is players on the other side. Let me in.
What the fuck?
Wait, what?
On the other side of the height.
On the other one.
There's a set over there.
Oh my god, are you serious?
I knew I heard shit up here, dude.
Yeah, I knew I did too. I'm looking in the window, I don't see him.
What the fuck?
They
Where were
started
they,
the
up
event. Yeah, up top, like, I don't know how to explain it. Almost where we were getting downed constantly, I think.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so... Fuck, what do we do?
Well, we just,
Try
had a
to
pick fight. I
hot
guess.
shots? Can't really finish him either. I guess
Wait,
we down
there's
someone
one
trying
above
to
us.
kill him. No.
That sounded like he got hit right above us, no? Oh shit, the Rocketeer. There is one above us. He's getting Rocketeered. They jumped across.
Oh shit, they ziplined, I think.
Yeah, they smoked. They smoked.
Oh, dude, this is
Right in our
psycho.
spot. Oh wait, no. Wait, where?
No.
Am I crazy?
No, they're shooting from across.
Straight
I
across,
think.
straight across. Crack one.
I'm coming.
Oh, I got double domed. Resetting.
Fuck, I don't-
Oh god. Oh no fucking way.
Don't get the Rocketeer.
I'm getting shot in the back. There is someone up there.
I told you there was, dude. Fuck.
Yep, that's a player. Fucking motherfucker. There's two.
I
That must
fucking knew
be-
someone got the Rocketeer above
no,
us.
No. Someone literally shot me in the back, right where we were.
Yep.
Oh my god.
You can jump across, or you actually can. You don't need a zip line.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
crazy. So he did. If we rush him, he's fucking alone.
He's getting Rocketeered right now, I think.
I know, but I think we.
I don't
that's the
see
play.
him. I don't
No?
see him up there, like
Then maybe
in
he
our
got shot in
spot.
the ass by a bot? Is it possible?
No, the Rocketeer looked at me. Shit.
Is there little bots left?
I don't know.
Fuck.
My shield's down to 20. I almost want to go down and grab a shield and then come back up.
I got a light shield if you want one.
Oh, you
Yeah.
did bring an extra.
That 40.
It's better. Mine's at 20.
This is
Oh, they're separate? Hang on.
Are they killing each other?
Oh, that's interesting. If you shield swap, they're separate shields, but it just like starts regenning. So you can have like a fully regen shield ready
Like
to
in
regen.
combat?
I'm guessing,
Apex
as long as you
style?
don't
That's
get
crazy.
hit.
I'm looting.
Jesus, scared me.
Why is that still on me and not them?
I can
Oh, it's
throw
shooting
a
at them
lure
now.
grenade.
Okay, do you want to push up?
Oh, how does he shoot that? Oh, there is one up there.
Yeah, no,
How is he not
he's on
getting-
the stairs.
I see him.
How is
I
he not
literally
getting
saw him.
shot?
We need to
Don't
go push
understand.
him. We need to push him and kill him. Like seriously, we
Let me
can't just let him
reset.
shoot us in the back. What do you guys think?
I think we can do it. Just let me.
Yeah, heal up. Let me shield up, and then literally let's just rush him and murder him, and like kill him. And then their
Alright,
team will get
was
mad
he on
and
the
run
left?
across.
He was under the
there.
stairs in
Oh,
that
he
cheeky
was
spot.
This one right here. I pinged. Where I pinged. You see? That side. Right there.
Alright, you guys. If you go left here, there's a guy that has a sniper shot, like perfect, through like
Okay.
a tiny crack.
Let's both rush to the left then, yeah?
All
I'm
rush
assuming
left?
there's one.
Oh, all at once.
Oh
Push
no,
this guy.
somebody's got an angle there too. Oh fucking A.
And we just need to rush. We need to push this guy above us.
Do we have smokes? Do we have smokes?
Yeah.
You throw smoke at the stairs, and we'll
Yeah,
run.
we smoked the guys like across out.
Yeah. Okay, that's smarter.
You want to go?
Now, rush him.
Oh, my grenade came back at me. Oh my god. Coming.
He's up top. He just dropped down. Oh,
He's running.
I shot him twice. I think he's
I
down.
downed him.
Nice.
I'm pushing. I'm gonna try to jump. Okay. I know this is crazy.
Oh, one's on the right side of the stairs.
Rocketeer! Oh no.
I'm doing it.
I got the
sniped.
Rocketeer aggroed on me.
I got
Oh,
fucking insta-killed. What the fuck?
Oh, jeez,
no.
Aura.
Rocketeer aggroed me.
He's killing me. They're greeting me. Oh, this is so sad.
Can you crawl up? Crawl up?
No, I'm trapped. I'm gonna crawl
I don't have any smokes
over
left.
this way. Yeah, I'm fucked.
And do I
Don't
jump
worry about
across,
it.
try
I have
to
no
hit him
idea
with
how
the
he killed me.
syringe? Oh, they killed the... Oh no, they killed the fucking Rocketeer.
They're here. They're pushing me. They're on
Yeah,
my
I see
corpse.
one.
I lit one. Lit another, broke his shield.
Yeah, I'm trying. I don't have angles down here. Oh. I think I'm hitting the stairwell. What the fuck
I'm
am I
about to
hitting?
bleed out. We got about 10 seconds.
Oh my
If
god.
they ran down, you could maybe come and get me if you do it. Like a defib, quick defib. I know it's crazy. But they're not here.
Oh my god.
I'm throwing
Oh,
a
they're
heal
here,
up.
they're here. Just,
I'm coming.
Jesus. The sweat.
I'm just gonna have to come. Oh no.
One's down.
you traded-
One's
you traded
down.
one?
I'm gonna try and push.
I'm live
I'll fucking risk
pinging.
it all.
That's all you got. That's all you can do. He's resident.
Oh, there's two.
That's crazy. Like, so you know how when there's terrain, the bullets like lock onto it? I don't understand.
That guy killed me in half a second, and I don't know how.
I didn't mean to switch off my fucking
I don't
anvil,
understand how they
dude.
got up. They had their own battery.
That sucks.
Like, why is
Dude,
the
fuck this
Rocketeer
place,
on us the
man.
whole time, and there's a guy literally standing in the open above us? It doesn't make sense.
Oh.
Yeah. That event is very, very, very difficult.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
That
tough.
was, that was the most psycho thing I've done. That was so sweaty.
It was so free last night. I don't know.
It's just, the problem is, it's
Free.
like, it puts you in this endless battle where it's like, you push and you lose.
Yeah.
And you just never actually down anybody.
Yep.
I mean, I guess you get one down and then you just have to push.
Have
Really?
to push, yeah.
What you gotta
I
do.
tried to get that guy. I downed him
But,
and
like,
I went for him, but
Yeah, I mean, even if you down somebody, they can just syringe him up in 1 second anyways, so it's like...
that's the thing is if you rush something like that and they have cover, then they just insta kill. Dude, you should have seen how fast I died.
Yeah.
I was full and then I just disappeared and I'm like, it was one person too, I think. I think he just like sniped and then shot me with something.
Well, no, the gun swap is very slow. There's no way he gun swapped that quick.
I have no idea what he did, dude. It was like, pow, unless it was 2 people peeking me.
Maybe let's
That was
go do
psycho.
some money runs real quick. Go to that Rosa
I would
estate.
definitely like that.
I need money, like, badly.
Oh, like raw.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'd have to do like a free run even. I want to see how fast I died and see what to. 'Cause that was actually crazy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run some garbage. I want to go get some
I
money.
downed him there, and then I jump.
I was hitting good shots there. Dude, I feel like I could have clutched that, chat. Well, maybe not, but
Full HP.
I fucking swapped to my goddamn Pharaoh by accident.
What the fuck?
Do you see what gun he has? Let me see.
What the fuck? Is that a sniper? Like,
Is it a?
boom,
Hang on.
boom.
Oh no,
He
that's
two-shot me.
that's an anvil, I think.
How did he 2-shot me though? Headshot while I was running?
Maybe it's not.
Mid-air? That's crazy, actually. Look at that.
It's so hard to tell. It doesn't.
Jesus
I think
Christ.
I think that's a fully upgraded anvil.
Do you still think the anvil's bad?
I mean, I just don't like it. I think the
That's
Venator is
fair.
better than the anvil.
I think you might be right, but I mean, dude, 2-shot me.
Yeah.
That's insane. Well, win some, you lose some.
Yeah. That's alright. Alright, let me craft up a stuff
I'm just bringing a looting 2 and a Pharaoh.
We can just do. Let's just do material and money runs.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was fun though.
We'll
I
just
mean,
do,
that
the
was
default
like...
stuff where we're not really contesting.
Oh,
the
I was muted.
Super high value.
Yeah. I'm just bringing a blue looter and a Pharaoh. Honestly, dude, like, that was fun though. That shit is
fun.
really
Yeah.
hard to deal with,
I'm
but
not mad about
it is... I mean, if you want to fight, it's a good spot to do it.
Jesus Christ.
I just like I don't mind losing PvP and stuff like that. It just really irks me with the way the PvE aggro works in this. It's like when it aggroes somebody, it does not switch unless somebody shoots it. Like
Yeah.
the fact that the Rocketeer is just sitting there aggroed on one of us that whole time instead of shooting the guy who's literally like wide in the open, just
Like
like
right in front of them. Yeah,
it doesn't.
I agree.
It doesn't make sense. Like it just logically doesn't make sense.
They should definitely like attack anybody. They
That's
can
why you
in the
gotta
open, right?
you gotta use the lure grenades, I think, because I threw one and then it went on them. So I think that's what
It
it's
actually
for.
worked?
Mm-hmm.
That's super cool.
Yeah, because towards the end they started blasting it, and that was like when I think it switched to them when you pushed up, because I had
Right.
thrown that. What is the map with the money? Buried City, was it?
No, the best. Oh yeah, for raw money.
Yeah.
Is
The Rosa place, right?
Rosa.
Yeah.
Plaza Rosa.
Money.
Yeah. All right, let's just go there.
That sounds perfect, dude.
What was I gonna do?
I need a break.
More games.
Yeah, I'm not bringing much. I need to like re-up on stuff.
Same, dude.
I just got no
Just
money left.
Massive L. All right. I think that should.
I need to get metal parts like pretty freaking bad.
Can you
Yeah.
buy ammo?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can buy it. It gets pricey though if we're doing money runs and you're already struggling with money.
I'm just bringing a
That'll be
Pharaoh
fine.
and like 20 ammo. I'm not trying to fight,
I'm
really.
bringing Pharaoh on 40. 20 ammo, that's crazy. Maybe a little more than that.
I got 30 now.
Okay. All right.
Alright, if we see a shocker, I need to stick it
Any
with
more
a
PoE in the
sandblast.
future? Maybe.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hospitals are good for cash. Yeah, that's what I was doing. But Rosa's good too.
Do you want to
You
go
going?
hospital or do you want to go Rosa?
Let's move to that location.
Are we close to
Do
hospital?
both.
Isn't this it?
We're right on
Yeah,
top
let's do
of it.
hospital
Well,
first.
Dude, that just makes sense.
I need more of the cloth. Good bandages.
Oh, it aggroed somebody else.
Oh, on you, Oro.
Oro.
Oh my god, he jumped at me! Motherfucker. He literally jumped over on my fucking,
I don't know where the locker rooms are in here.
Here.
Over here.
This was
Oro went right to the locker room, he knows.
Of course I know. Wait, that's the... What is that? Oh my god, I'm hovering it. Stupid glitch. Spaceport control tower key.
Oh, nice.
That's good. Bro,
Sounds like
what?
having
I
a-
was shooting a turret and the fucking little bomber came. I wasn't looking. No.
Oh,
Rude, dude. Rude.
what a rude fucking dude. No respect nowadays.
Oh, I forgot to put augments on my kettle. That's not good.
This is so sad. You guys got them all?
Yeah. Yeah, I had all those at once. That's some good loot.
I didn't get shit.
I also didn't get shit. I shouldn't have been so
Alright.
nice to you.
I haven't found any lockers.
I immediately regret this decision, actually.
Someone's to
Uh-oh.
the very close to us.
Yeah, I hear him.
That's southeast. I'm gonna look out the window here.
I'm trying to peek, but I don't see anybody.
Oh, right, straight in front of me, across here.
You're kidding.
By the Galleria.
That's pretty far.
There.
Not for me. It's 40 meters. They can zip line straight to me.
I'm coming.
Oh, I get up. Oh.
Are you up? Stop.
Not all the
Third
way.
floor?
I'm in like a window right below the roof, or two floors.
I think
below the roof.
I can buy you.
Yeah, they're doing something
Hi,
over
come
there.
here.
They're not looking at us. But there's
No?
a zip line that heads here, so
What was that? You hear those little bullets? Okay, well, just be careful.
yeah.
You guys want to go to Rosa now?
Yeah, I'm down.
Really can.
People! Up top right here!
Oh,
Go
up
go
top?
list. Go, bottom, sorry. Right here, 3. What do we do? They're at the bottom of the zip.
We just got.
I'm gonna camp it, honestly.
We're on the second floor.
Yeah, I'm 3rd floor, right above you guys.
You want to just go Rosa?
we can just follow me. We can just walk out right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh god, Oro.
I had a fall.
What the?
Just
you went
jump
down?
off
Oh,
while
I
you're
tried-
when
I
you get to
tried
the second floor.
land without taking the zip. It was a bad
Holy.
idea. Oh god.
Okay, let's go. Let's just go.
Alright, time to
Yeah,
bug
it's
you
time to
with
go.
you.
I'm in agreement. I fell on my ass in front of them.
Can we go
Start screaming
underground?
Stepper over, open my. I don't know how
No,
far it
that's
goes.
the exit.
Hmm.
That's the exit.
Oh, I
Oh,
see.
there's a probe in front of us. Probe.
Probe. Oh, is that a radio scan?
Snitch.
Motherfucker.
I think I missed. Oh, it called.
Oh
We
my
gotta run.
The war
god.
begins. No, get in here. Use the jiggles.
Yeah?
I mean, you're not gonna outrun them. Once it's called, they're like on you. Yep, see? Here they come.
Jesus. Get in, sorry, I don't want to walk through this. For now, let's do these.
Oh, this is.
Whoa! Hang on.
Oh god, there's a big guy. There's a bastion.
If we get the bastion. Oh, why is there a bastion here? I'm
He's
gonna
right
stick
next to
grenade
us.
this one.
I think it might be time to run.
I think I got it.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. Let me get it. Let me get it.
It's not, I shot it.
Oh, you griefed.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm just dying for this.
You still there? This is so bad.
I missed, dude. Come on.
Help! Should I shout out for help? Is that where we're at?
I don't know how this shit keeps happening.
Go to that location.
Do we go?
I mean, the bastion's just gonna light us up if we try and
Are we
run
just
from
dead?
it.
We can get behind the door though, or the building.
Yeah, can we crawl out here?
It's on the other side. Go.
I'm going out.
Yep.
Fuck the probe.
Wait, oh
Fucking
yeah, the
clankers
probe. I gotta turn
everywhere.
around. Dude, not the AI slur.
We
It's a
breached
breach
this?
door.
Oh.
Wait, did you use
Oh.
the key?
Oh, somebody just zipped up the top. They're at the top.
Oh, there's a guy right there. What the fuck? He's.
I just broke one
There's
shield.
Players,
Second floor.
second floor.
Yeah.
Guys, should we get out of the?
Cracked one, killed one.
I got a shot on one.
In there.
It's on second floor.
I'm going for the stairs.
I'm getting fucked up. I'm backing up.
Is there one on third or no?
Yep, there is.
Oh,
There's two on third now. Right up there.
I cracked one. One's dead. I downed one.
I'm pushing. I shot him.
Get him. I'm pushing.
I got a shield.
Did I get him? No, he just got stuck in a slide. He jumped.
He's running.
I got him.
Let me go.
He's dead.
I'm punching this guy.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay. Holy shit.
Alright, I'm gonna go get the guy outside really quick.
Dude, there's a T-posed bug.
Oh, I didn't realize that
Yeah.
there's a big fall right there.
Oh my god.
Bro, where the okay.
This guy had like two things. What?
this guy has so much stuff, guys.
Wait, really?
Yes,
Why
really.
does this always find the fucking gorper?
I know.
He's got a looting
This is
too.
this is a key
Dude,
room, by the way.
Dude, there he has so much stuff.
Let's find out.
I'm gonna go loot the guy I got outside. Fuck.
Oh my
You-
god.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my. Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, not bad.
I'm being griefed, so.
Didn't have that much, but not bad.
I need his medium ammo. He had an anvil 4 on him, which I took.
That's crazy.
Oh, happy birthday. I took the blue and just scrap it apart.
Good idea.
Okay, okay, you can't mantle that. Send it.
Did you loot the guy on the
No,
bottom?
I'm
on the
checking him
floor?
right now.
Okay.
Oh, on the very bottom? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, dude.
All right, I'm like
That
full,
gun
dude.
was kitted the fuck out. Okay, give me 1 second.
My guy was kind of shit looted.
Oh. Is that you guys coming up?
No.
Oh, it is. Is this?
I don't know. You might have heard something.
I think I did hear someone. No, it's just the fucking clankers outside and they're making noise.
Okay. All right. Extract Eastern Station.
Where was the last guy? I wanted to see his body. We should finish looting this. This is a key room,
Yeah,
I'm fairly
nothing.
certain.
The other guy literally had fucking nothing. Took the shotgun, nice.
Where are you going, Denny?
Let's just loot the room. This is a key room, so. I don't
Oh,
know what
okay.
room. I think we interrupted him doing it, so.
Yeah.
Alright, this guy already searched the trash can. Alright, maybe it's not a key room. Maybe this is just the regular tunnel.
Doesn't
I
seem
think
like a
it's just
key.
normal one.
Oh wait.
Okay.
Well, this is where I found one of them super good guns before.
Maybe.
Alright, I'm getting
Where are
out.
we going? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is.
Actually,
This entire room is a loot room. This door,
Oh, it is
you
a
just
key room?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. This is the town hall key.
Cool.
That's what I thought.
Cool.
Head home at the Western Station.
Western or Eastern? Eastern's closer.
Is it?
I think the entrance.
Yeah, I got it pinged. It's to our south.
That is the entrance? That looks like just a ping.
I don't know which one we're going to.
I'm going to the west.
Okay.
Following you.
There's a rocketeer, watch it.
Gunshots.
No!
What?
I was sliding down and saw it.
To
I love the sound when you're rolling over the steps.
Yeah, it's fun. Looks like we're safe on the other side.
Oh yeah.
Watch
Only
back.
one.
That was pretty crazy. I like that little shootout in there. That was fun.
I'm very confused. I'm wearing a blue looting MK2 and it's not letting me use the valuable slots.
Weird.
Are they valuables?
It's a ducky. It's a trinket.
Oh yeah, the ducky doesn't work for some reason. I don't know why.
Is it bug?
What? What?
I noticed
The
that
duck
as
is the
well.
most valuable trinket.
It's actually crap, dude.
I gotta say, I like these extracts so much more than the other ones. Like,
Yeah,
these
the
feel
ones
so
where you're
much
like-
more chill.
Oh my god, I just shit.
Oh, it's because you can throw the ducky, I guess.
Oh, what?
That's funny. It's a lethal weapon.
Well, that was good.
That's one of the first
90k.
things that happened to me when I was playing the flute. Someone threw the ducky at me. Little talks, but
Big luta.
unlocked expeditions. I can waste my money. Oh boy.
Yeah. Or those viewers, right? What happened to the chill run?
Yeah. Where'd it go? Dude, I don't know where to go now, and I'm scared to put any points in.
I mean the dual arms thing is just for sure gonna be good. Same with the I mean I don't know, the right area is kind of preference based, but I think the dual arms is good for PvP.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to think about it a lot. I think I might actually hoard up some points.
Just commit, don't be a coward.
Nope. Go to project. Oh,
Well, that was
so you put
nice.
Stuff in, commit resource.
Yeah, that's the prestige thing you can't do for 2 months.
That's pretty dumb.
You see all that first level? I filled it up.
Congratulations. That's
Should have
really
googled
funny.
what it was before I filled it up.
Yeah, that do be helping. Nah, we'll send it, dude. Don't be a coward.
Well, we sent it.
Don't be like me. Are you guys want to do another run of that?
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Just let me finish making space.
Okay.
Okay. I'm bringing a hatch key.
That's a good
That's
idea.
good. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Wait, what? No, I guess not.
Can I buy now? Let's see.
Anti-sub.
I got looting MK2 off that dude, so might as
Yo,
well use it,
Pubs,
right?
thank you for the 10 months. What's up, Ian?
Or should I wait? Are you guys
I
bringing
would
in
use-
a little
I
bit
would
better
use it.
stuff? You
I'd-
would use it,
Yeah,
okay.
Bringing in an Anvil
bringing it.
4. That's it, though.
I will also
You
bring
say
in an
that's
anvil.
it? What the?
Only
Yeah.
a motherfucking anvil 4
Only
to
a-
murder
Only a 2-tapper.
the whole server.
Yeah, I picked it up
Yeah,
off
I got
that
a-
guy.
I got a kettle 3 and stuff. So.
That's so fucking sick, actually. All right. Compensator on the anvil, you said, is the best, right? Max out.
You actually
Yeah,
can't use a
yeah,
blue
that
shield
sounds
with the
OP.
looting augment
That sounds OP.
or
Okay,
ammo.
and then I'm ready.
I mean,
Game? And upgrade it. Oh, I can't. Simple gun parts. Isn't that just from dismantling other greens?
I think you just dismantle broken guns. Yeah, it's usually how I get it.
Okay. Might have to sacrifice a shotgun.
You can also get it from trading seeds. You can get 5 simple gun parts. Seed
Really?
trading. Yeah.
Oh shit, okay, let me do that.
Go look at the seed vendor has like a lot of good stuff.
Oh wow.
oh yeah, I've got like 150 seeds. I should probably use some of those.
Having a good day?
I've got 500 seeds. I'm gonna use some.
That's super useful.
Don't go causing any trouble.
No. Upgrade. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Anvil
you can buy metal parts by the way 1-to-1 with seeds.
Yeah,
Really?
it's not that great
Infinite-
though.
Infinitely. Yeah. Well, it's just if you're super low.
I didn't know
though.
that. Yeah, okay. That's actually helpful though. Does she sell infinite?
Yeah, for the metal parts, cloth, and chemicals, and all the base materials, she sells infinite for
Where'd you find
1-to-1
those?
seed.
Got you. That's actually really nice.
You can use moss to heal yourself. Only 10 health though. Not much.
All right, I'm bringing a defib. Does anyone know how to split one thing on controller?
Just keep splitting until you get to 1.
The medical
How do I-
merchandise.
how do
Yeah,
I
I've
split it?
want to do the quests. We've just been.
Press both the toggles at the same
Yeah.
time, then you
Medical goods topside has to offer, whether you want to hang them on the inside of a
Alright,
trench
alright.
coat.
Yeah, I gotta work on these quests actually, as
Oh, yeah, we
well.
haven't done any quests. We've just been doing weird shit. I'm down to work on quests too. Let's do maybe one more looting run and then focus on the quest.
Sure.
I'm ready.
You know, I was doing a quest and then
The way they
someone
used to
shot
make the
my
ground
fucking
tremble.
hornet, so my second grenade missed.
Well, let me ready up.
What about now?
The heck? It says not available during matchmaking. What the
That's
fuck?
weird.
There you go, you're
It's
ready now.
just magically work. Okay, weird. L2 and square, thank you.
Yeah, I need to do the fucking quests. Honestly, I feel like when I play solo, I just get quests done so much. When I'm playing in a group, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like questing is definitely best to do solo. When I was playing solo, that's like all I was focusing on. I want to get through the quests because I feel like they give a lot of like blueprints and good shit.
Okay, I gotta run by the weed store in this place.
I don't know what that means.
It's like over here, I think.
Oh, the weed house? Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting the weed drug?
I'm gonna inject it straight in.
What level? I'm level 20.
Oh yeah, you brought a hatch key,
Just
right?
hit it.
Yes.
Brilliant. We can leave through there.
I think I can make those hatch keys now, so I should probably just bring one, like every time.
It's very safe if we're going in daytime. Might as well.
Oh, why is there a leaper right here of all things? Somebody
You
aggro
aggro?
leaped to a weird spot.
I am not going. Yeah, I'm not.
I'm inside, I'm inside. I'm safe. Oh, no. Bad dog. Remember when I said bad dog?
Yeah.
Very.
Oh. Did I
Holy
walk?
shit, Disney's
Oh
on
no.
you. Oh no,
Oh,
Danny,
no.
Danny. Oh!
Oh my god.
Dude, what the fuck? Literally gate kept by a freaking fireball.
Jesus. Guess this is the end of our lives.
Oh, why is there two? No.
Oh,
Brother, I just healed.
oh my fucking
I'm
God.
fucking healing, walking up the stairs. What am I doing? Like,
This is so sad.
being bullied by freaking
Oh, I heard
lines of code.
clanker. Okay. We gonna make our way over to
Oh, I mean, we can loot through here first. I thought that was like half the reason we came to the map.
Oh, yeah, sure. Is that you?
Yeah, that's a turret.
You need toasters?
No,
I think he's already
Okay.
gone.
I definitely got enough. He's looking at me from all.
Frying pan.
I'm going to the breach door. Oh, I got aggro on a shooter coming across.
Uh-oh.
Breaching a door. Breaching a door.
How fun.
Wait.
Somebody just shot at you.
Opposite where we just came from. Directly across. Should I open the door?
Hang on, I'm going
Well,
upstairs to get an
gonna
angle.
open the
You can,
door.
you can open windows upstairs.
Oh, there's
He's
a.
in the window still.
Dang it. I'm not seeing him. I can't see into it, that's why. He's not on my
Yeah.
angle.
Motherfucker. I don't see him anymore.
Oh, he's got to push across the plaza. We just hold.
Yep. Alright, are you guys looting it up?
Having a bit. I don't know if I should, but
I'm watching the entrance. Oh shit, they just
That was
wow.
me. That was me.
Okay. I don't know if you should have done that.
I mean,
Oh, I guess they
Yeah,
could have
that's-
rushed in here no matter what, but I could have shot him while they were shooting him. That's okay.
yeah, the anvil's sick.
I don't think they're gonna push it. They'd be
Okay.
have to be like dumb to push it.
All right, I'll go
Oh,
up.
I think I might have just saw someone on the very top of the roof for a second. Yep, they're crossing to the left.
Oh fuck.
Cracked
Oh,
him,
fuck.
cracked him, cracked him.
Coming.
He jumped to the far side of that roof. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I can't see him now.
Opportunity lost.
They're right by you. Dis, be careful.
I don't think they're that close.
He was right on top of
Assumed it.
those. They were crossing rooftops to get to our side.
Yep. They're definitely gonna want to kill us. Oh, photoelectric cloak.
Nice.
Tremendous.
Have we looted everything in here? I didn't really get anything.
I looted like 2 drawers and that was it, and then I started shooting.
Yes.
I got a few things.
Just got the whole building.
Yeah.
A few things.
Yeah.
Let me click over to the stream really quick.
Literally everything.
My inventory's
every drawer open,
overflowing.
Like we gotta extract, guys.
Stuff in his
I think we gotta
pockets,
get out of
stuff in his
here.
pockets. Yeah, I think it's time to leave.
You want to give me that hatch key?
Uh-huh.
Alright, I got an idea for bait. Let's just see if it works.
Are you...
I mean, do you want to just go? Where else did you want to go? Somewhere, right? The weed
That's
place.
fine. I found a second part of the quest that wasn't listed on the
I
thing.
think I hear
so-
footsteps on the roof.
Did you just activate the
I called
extract?
Yep.
Are we actually
I'll see if I
extracting,
can
or?
bait 'em.
Oh, I see.
That's smart.
Oh, they're
It
they're
worked, it
here.
worked, he's out! I shot him. He's low.
See right on top, ping, ping.
He's down.
Yeah, you can come up. I think
Right
I'm
there,
pushing.
open.
This wasn't the guy that I shot. This is a different outfit.
Motherfucker.
The guy that I shot had an orange outfit.
Above on the roof. Up there behind us.
In our building. In our building.
In our building.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. Oh, they didn't get me, but they're all on the roof. Roof
might-
and window. Roof and window. I knew I heard.
I see one up.
footsteps.
He's right up there. He's throwing grenades.
Got,
They got
got
sniper,
impact.
Yep.
He opened a window. Right in that window. In that window.
He's peeking me. Oh, he fell down. He fell down. He's dead. Another one.
I cracked one.
There's
Cracked
two,
one.
there's two.
I downed one. I downed one. I think.
Yeah, one fell.
Did he die in the window up there?
I killed the
No.
guy.
There's two up top.
Dude, that's a different team.
Should we try to get in a building, or what? What are we thinking?
I'm in the
I
building
mean, I'm
right
fine
now.
right here.
You guys are not fine. They're
I'm
gonna
just
shoot
worried we
you.
might get flanked.
They're right above you. They're directly above you. Come in this building where I am in. Just run.
Oh,
What the fuck? There's another one.
there's another
Oh
team.
my God.
I jumped in.
Right
I
there.
jumped into the extract. Come to the extract. It's open.
Okay.
There's a guy right there where I pinged.
You guys coming down? I'm starting the train.
I got
I'm
sniped.
Oh
starting
wait,
the train.
no, I'm not here yet.
Now.
I'm not here yet.
Yep. This, run
Oh,
down.
I'm starting it now.
Somebody-
Now. Get in. Get in.
I'm
Get
doing
in.
your
Get in.
strat. I'm doing your corner strat.
Get in. Get in. Get in. Get. Oh
I'm
no!
here.
I'm exiting. Oh! What did you think I was saying?
no!
Oh, that's so shitty, dude.
What did you think I was
They're
saying?
killing me.
No.
I don't know, man. You just
Oh,
said
I'm
come
sorry.
down.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant.
closed it
I thought
on
you
me.
knew. That's why this said wait. Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm so
Well,
sorry,
That's
buddy.
bad bait.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
I'll bring you in a gun. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. It's
Dude, I should-
fine. You really, there was a bit of miscommunication there.
Oh, I thought.
He
we
said he
both
was
understood
leaving,
this-
so-
This
No,
said
you
wait.
said
Like.
come down. So I came down.
Oh,
Not. No.
That's grief. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry, Oro.
It's okay.
Oh my god. I can live.
So sad, dude. I was trying to get in and it closed on me and then I got shot out in the back by like 3
Dude, they
people.
rushed so hard when we actually
They-
went down there.
Dude, they jumped fucking down. they got me. Yeah.
Well, feels good to be alive.
Yeah, I bet it does. Must be nice.
This
That was
this
my
had a
last
full
anvil,
inventory.
dude. It was my last anvil. It was level 3.
Here, just bring in some medium ammo.
Yeah, okay.
Let's- Let me see.
Oh my god.
We're starting to get some money. That's
have to bring
good.
A free kit at this rate.
It's really easy to make the green ones, and the shield at least.
Yeah, thankfully.
Oh, I gotta repair my shield actually.
That was tragic, chat.
I'm running out of shield rechargers. That's my big problem.
Honestly, dude, I feel like we could have taken that team though.
Okay.
But Denny was just
how much
out, dude.
medium ammo should I bring?
Why did that quest not complete for me? I don't understand. I don't understand why it didn't complete. Weird. I don't know, like a stack at least.
Wish I could make the
Okay.
anvil.
Bring 2.
I gotta get the blueprint for it.
Gear up or get moving.
I'm ready for whatever you guys are down.
Oh my god, why is that not?
A proper hand cannon.
I got
Very
to,
effective if
do-
you can handle it well.
Blue Gate quest still. That might be a little crazier though. There's a lot of arcs.
The Blue Gate quests aren't the main quest line.
Oh, it's not?
A lot better. It's yeah, like I've done all the Blue Gate quest lines that have been given to me, and it didn't continue. So it's locked behind
just
something
nothing.
else. But I know
Okay.
if you complete the main story quest line, there's like a hole breaker that you get in the end, like the recipe to make the hole breaker.
Ooh. Okay.
Like, I kind of want to bring the combat.
Yeah, I need to loot a supply drop. I have no idea how to do that.
That's the little metal radio antenna looking things. You talk to that and then it calls one down from the sky and then you break into it.
Huh. I haven't seen those.
They're all over Dam. What did the... Oh, it hasn't rolled over yet.
No, I haven't played Ninja Gaiden 4. God, dude, I barely made it out of that last raid. I went for the far door instead of the close one, which was kind of stupid. Are we going Buried City again, or can?
I'll need intrepid friends.
Because I do kind of want to.
Who can get me
Okay, I kind of want to get these quests done finally.
I have a Buried City quest.
I have Dam
Only
Battlegrounds and
one round
Spaceport.
for Dam. I have a Dam one. Let me Google this quest.
There's a night raid on Spaceport. You want to do that?
Oh, we can do that too. Like, we're not even like we're maybe like 15% of the way into the quest. Like it's a lot. Like you have
Well,
to
yeah, but
spend,
I mean,
like,
they give you so much good
48
shit
hours
though.
Yeah, but I don't know. If you, I think the best loot in the game is just running key rooms.
Well, yeah,
you just have to generate
but
the
like
keys.
blueprints though, like some of them are locked behind quests.
I think you can get all of them. I would assume. Maybe
I don't
not,
know.
like, the
Somebody said you get the
breakthrough,
level
but
3 augments from the quest.
3 augments?
Yeah, like a medical augment or something.
Maybe. I've already got one of them. Are we doing night or no?
Yeah, we're going to Spaceport. You need to get rid of your key.
Patch key then.
We can, we can re-queue.
Just cancel really quick. Just throw it out.
Going to Spaceport night raid? That's crazy. You got your gun for me, Penny?
Your gun for me? It's your
Yep.
gun, buddy.
Is it my gun? Oh my god.
What's up, Dark and Matter? Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to Jasper. Sorry, I feel like whenever I'm playing with other people, it's kind of hard to interact with chat. I think I'm gonna order that. I think I'm actually gonna order a pizza tonight. I got Italian beef last night. It was super good.
Oh shit. Thank you.
I'm going on arrival.
Didn't have to do
Got a
that.
really good spawn port. I got like 5 of them, so.
Okay, you had to do that. Excellent. You said this thing is pretty good?
So I need.
When it's upgraded, it's a lot better.
Okay.
The only thing is you're gonna have to repair that at some point. It's like a half durability gun, I think.
Where's research and admin?
The research and admin is not on this.
It
That's
says
on
on
BAM.
Spaceport's. Oh, departure building. I mean. Oh, okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
departure
I see
down
that.
over there.
Oh, I forgot to
Get those
bring
quests done, brother.
stims.
I forgot to.
Wait, where did it go? Mine did. There it is. Didn't want to get shit on by the little exploder while I did this.
Isn't this where the lockers are? Over here, Oro.
No. It's the other one had the lockers. I think this one
No,
might
there's
have
one
lockers,
here.
I'm not sure.
This is good loot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, both these buildings have crazy.
Oh shit. Keep that in mind.
Oh, sad day. No weapons crate upstairs.
Unlucky.
Here, Oro. I don't have space. Put this in your butthole.
You don't have space?
Well, I just figured you should take it. You could store it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Good idea.
I only have
Overall
one since I
money.
took the combat augment.
That's super smart. Yeah, same here.
I got the blue
Oh,
shield.
I have the loot one, but I still only have one.
Wonder if there's lockers on the opposite side down there as well. Shit. Do any of you want an anvil?
Yes?
I got an anvil 1.
Do I want my favorite gun in the game? Yes, I do. You just have it? You got it?
Yeah, I got it on me.
Damn, dude.
You got
Found
to
it
like
in a
that.
container.
Yes, please.
Oh my goodness. Stupid tick.
You're so annoying. I need that. Sure do.
Alright, I'm heading for departure.
Okay. Dist, where you at?
Coming down.
Actually,
That
Yeah.
anvil from you. Oh, I got a hatch key.
Nice.
It's nighttime. Let's go.
Oh.
I'm coming to
should I
you,
even
I'm gonna
bother
drop
with
it.
Oh, sweet. Hang on.
Okay.
No, come back. You fucker. Come here. Where'd you go?
On the ground next to you.
Thank you. I got it. Over cucumber.
Hang on. I'm fighting an AI thing I need to kill
Yeah, I was
with
about
this
to
quest.
say- You good?
Yeah, I'm just trying to bait it.
Over here.
Dude, why are you...
Any heavy ammo?
Location.
Do you have none?
I have none.
Finally, I got it. Okay, quest done. Fuck this quest, dude.
I don't know how to
you, dude.
split the
Thank you.
stack. Why doesn't it?
It's enough to kill a man. Should be fine.
Alright.
I got the renegade too.
Yeah, just use that for PvP.
Yep.
Alright, departure building.
Sing the song, dude. You were actually... I forgot. You were supposed to sing it when I gave that to you.
Oh, was I?
Renegade.
I actually don't even know that song.
Neither do I, but...
Are you heading to
little
departure, Denny?
one-liners that- Yeah.
Are you going underground?
Running through underground. Yep.
Should we come with you? I don't...
Oh, dude.
What?
Somebody got the leaper down here.
What?
Come down. We get a free...
We gotta go
There's
down
gotta be
this
either-
ladder here.
There's either gonna be people or there's gonna be... How did it get down this far?
He can fit down here?
Yeah, this is a cheese spot to do 'em.
Oh,
Watch
God.
out,
Oh shit! Oh, dude.
shoot him in the eye.
He's. Oh, okay. Oh my god.
Oh, we entered a freaking already done raid. That's why.
Oh yeah, 11 minutes.
Oh shit. What happened here?
You guys want to see something crazy?
Yeah. What are
Oh!
you doing? You pissed him the fuck
No,
off.
no, I rolled the wrong way.
Oh my
no.
god.
Alright, we did it. We got some melees in. We taught it a lesson.
What is up with
You
your
little
like
rat.
7-pip shield, dude?
This went straight for the main body part. Rat.
You so did you. All right.
Yeah.
I
but
was faster,
you're
buddy.
the rat.
With the class?
Hey, I gave you a purple snow globe, Oro. I don't want to hear it.
I'll never forget when we did Dark and Darker and you gave me my fucking first cape, dude. Do you remember that?
Yeah, good times.
That was like, it was a monumentous moment for me. That got me hooked to the game, and then I played it off stream. Thanks a lot.
That's how you separate the chads from the bads, dude. Are they caped up?
An orbiter is en route. Safe window is closing.
I was like, oh my god, a cape.
I repeat,
Where we gotta go central, I guess. It's only one left, right?
You gotta go? Okay.
I mean, it's alright. We can loot up a little bit.
We want the magnet.
The hell are batteries? Oh, right, the green ones. Duh.
Alright, I'm climbing up. I'm gonna hit departure really quick.
Okay.
Go through here. I'll come show you. Come with me, Oro.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I need to do the quest for departure still.
You good?
Yeah, we just gotta kill them to get inside. I missed. I'm no longer good.
Got it. I don't miss.
I'll let you win no matter what.
I don't know about that.
Oh,
Did
I already
say
did
that?
the quest, but all good.
Do you
Loot
need
up a
anything
little
else?
bit. No, but I always need loot.
I do. We always get more loot.
Dead bodies for days. Dead bodies for days.
Ooh, loot 'em.
This is the one nice thing about
Fucking team.
coming in late.
They got cooked. Free loot. Except there's fucking nothing. They got a rattler.
4 dead bodies.
Hey, you can salvage the weapons, some metal.
Damn. Oh, that's true. Free loadout, insane.
Oh wait, no, it's downstairs. Not this way, it's right over here.
You guys go up the zip?
Wait, did I go the
Oh wait,
wrong-
no.
the
No.
wrong way?
Okay.
So hard to see in the dark.
Can't see shit, Captain.
You guys go. Oh, I see.
I think it's right here. Okay. Yeah, nobody hit it.
Oh, the battery room.
Idiots.
Nice.
On the locker room, dude. Welcome to locker heaven.
Oh.
How do they miss this? Bro, I'm like...
Ooh, another anvil.
No
What the-
way. Happy birthday. You want it?
I took it.
Good. Dude, this is actually getting fucking stupid.
They didn't know about it. They didn't know.
They didn't know, Pepe Laugh. They had no idea. They lacked critical information.
Ruined riot shield. What's that? Plastic part.
Okay.
I think we got it all.
Yeah.
It's supposedly there's 2 of these, but I don't know where the fucking second one is.
Yeah? Chat will guide us.
Yeah. We got an exfil.
That always helps out a lot. Go left, no, go right. No, no, oh shit!
Didn't shoot me.
Must be nice.
Alright, I'm going underground to travel. I ain't about that arc light.
Turn off your goddamn flashlight, Diz.
Is he lighting
Doing
us
it
up?
again.
I'm doing it again.
We gotta buy. We gotta get chat to crowdfund him an OLED monitor.
You don't have an OLED? No, he's got an OLED.
I think I do. I don't know actually. I've got, dude. My monitor's like $1,000, so it's
I
probably
mean,
It's gotta
OLED.
be. It better be.
Yeah, OLEDs are like very nice for nighttime and games, but other than that, it's not really that big of a difference.
I mean, I think OLEDs are amazing.
They just burn out quickly.
They do.
What
How do
the
you,
fuck was that? Why did I get dirt on my space?
5 minutes left. Go find your way home.
I don't know.
I repeat, 5
Oh, I've never been in a match when there's only 5 minutes left. I guess that's what that is.
I'm scared. There's so
Should I shoot 2 Rocketoos and make this interesting?
Hell no. We haven't had like any wins. Let me have this.
I was fine last raid. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you guys got out.
Oh, right above us. Right above us.
Oh, fuck.
I missed.
Rocketeer,
I missed.
Rocketeer.
Oh, somebody actually aggroed the Rocketeer, no me.
Yeah, I did by accident.
I missed again. I'm panicking. I'm panicking.
Pepe Gaming.
Freaking out. The Rocketeer's coming.
The
I'm
missiles are
pressing
gone.
the button.
Okay. I got it.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Pull the lever.
I'm doing it. We're out of here. Oh my goodness.
Last second leaves one in.
Final fuck you, yep. Ow.
No one left behind. Yeah.
Holy.
Got some stuff.
Waiting for somebody to get stuck outside.
Yeah, we say thank you, Diz. Thank you for the anvil and the money.
I got a Torrente from the trial.
Thank you, Denny, for the gun.
I wasn't too worried there because we were pretty
Pretty good.
Let me get more carry weight.
Recovery.
More money.
Be a roller coaster.
On the bright side, it's very easy to like,
Get shit
back up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Compared to Dark and
One or
Darker,
two.
where you gotta buy like 15 fucking items every time you die.
Yep.
Right.
Oh man.
The old days in the trade chat for an hour, we're like, all right, we're ready.
Yeah, God.
Please.
Nobody's been bothering you?
Have you guys played that game at all recently or no?
I played a little bit on the water map.
Sand and you
Not
When
much.
they released
Yeah.
the Wyvern is the last time I touched it.
I see.
Is there anything else I need? I guess a bit more ammo. I got like 80 metal parts that run. That's nice.
That's pretty good.
Going
I'm
into
just
his
salvaging
lockers.
everything.
Yeah, what the
There's a
fuck?
lot of stuff that you can salvage. Like sometimes you can salvage something into something else and then salvage that for more, more metal.
I gotta look at those.
I'm gonna need a flow chart, thank you.
Yeah, seriously. Alright, what are you guys bringing in?
I've just been I'm
Just gonna
literally
run the
never
same
going
stuff.
to not run the blue looting and like the kettle until we put on like real boy kits.
Okay.
Like if we're fully blueing out, I'll bring like a Venator and shit like that. But
That's gonna be a while.
quick use.
I've embraced my interlude goblin, yeah. I don't like running the blue shield, to be honest.
Yeah, just all the epic stuff not stacking is so poop.
Yeah, it's annoying.
It is pretty
Not
stupid.
that I have enough, but
Wolf packs not stacking as
I've
absurd.
got like 5 Vita sprays and fucking 10 wolf packs.
Can I upgrade any of these now? I need 2 more snitch scanners. 6 bastion cells.
okay.
Rusted gear.
Let me bring it.
I need to track these. Oh wait.
We're so back.
Okay, wait. So I'm tracking that.
Tremendy.
That button combo that guy told me totally did not work.
Oh, rusted shut medical kit. Wait, I found one of those before. Shit. I didn't
There we
realize.
go.
But I had it tracked. My bad. I need 1 rocketeer driver for
Had to do
that.
it a different way.
Alright.
Up, down, left, right.
Left, right, BA start.
The stash in this game is not good. Alright.
How long you guys gaming for?
Another 12 hours.
I might take a short break and like get some dinner in a bit.
Okay. Imagine eating.
Yeah, I'm freaking hungry. I think I'm gonna get a pizza tonight.
Oh,
Holy.
Yeah.
you can only make me so jealous.
Dude, the local pizza place here, the one that I like grew up eating, they copied
Wait.
they used to be like an ex-employee of the Moose Lodge in Alaska. They charge $60 a pizza now.
Jesus.
What the?
It is insane.
That is insane.
Electrical.
Like 35 bucks for like a solid pizza, I'll pay. $60, I feel.
Gotta use so many of these fucking.
Alright, I got a
Honestly.
looting MK2. Now we're really gaming.
Shooting MK2.
They're easy to make though.
You're about to find out, baby.
Repair your shield.
Oh. Okay. I think we're golden. I would like better bandages, but I do not have them, so.
I honestly think it's fine to like not really run the juicer bandies until you learn better kits.
Yeah.
'Cause you're just constantly like churning through them.
I bring like.
Fair.
I've been bringing like 1 or 2 of the herbals just in case.
For
'cause-
PvP,
Yeah. The blue ones are like super good. It's like half your health.
Yeah.
Sterile bandages, I think they're called.
The Vita spray is Vita juiced.
So wait, let me check my quest. I need. Oh yeah, damn battlegrounds, and we can go night raid. You're down?
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Let's do it.
Let me check.
Don't do an administration run? Or do you want to do your quest?
We could do both. I mean, I just want to
Yeah,
get this
let's do
quest
both.
done because apparently it gets.
Let's focus your quest. dude.
I need
Just, like,
research and
game around.
admin.
Admin is perfect. There's gonna be a lot of people there, though.
And maybe we'll get in with 15 minutes left.
I would like that. Easy third party. That never happens to me. It always happens to me.
I feel like when you join in late, it's just like free loot. I mean, a lot of the loot has been taken, of course, but
Sometimes you just get fucked.
I mean, at least you're not getting. I feel like the later it gets into the match, the less likely you're gonna get like third party.
Oh wait, it was nighttime. I should have
Yeah.
popped the key on.
Oops.
Yeah, damn.
Sorry.
Getting body blocked like crazy.
Reading chat.
Johnny here. Be on your guard, Raider. Even a Baron's decayed husk can still hurt you.
We gotta go.
Oh, can we?
research an admin for
I
you.
need the Baron Husk too, if we can see if we find one.
It's you can see it on the map like visually, like the broken body. Where was it at? Right here.
Go to that location.
Okay.
You gonna go there?
Well, we can go to research and admin and then hit that
That's
after.
where his husk is or whatever.
I
Yeah.
mean, research and admin might be our last destination.
I mean, we could go to the husk
Like-
first if we wanted.
I think it's up to you. What do you want to prioritize?
I mean, I don't know. I need both. So.
I've got the around the world quest for this place, which is like loot 3 items and escape all in the same match.
Oh, cool. Guess we'll go to the husk first.
Watch out for the the fucking
It got
Jupiter.
you, dude. Oh, is
Bad.
that the sniper turret?
I don't think
Yep.
it reaches this far.
I'll let it try.
We were at like
Jesus.
max range.
That's so nasty.
I'll run around the table.
What de-aggro's the guys just getting cover?
Yeah, but cover. You have to like
Can you go
hold
in, like-
cover for like a long ass time
Can you
too.
go in like foliage? Does that work?
Foliage, no, they see through it. Smoke
Okay.
is the only thing that breaks it besides hard cover.
That's crazy. What if they're just looking for you? Can you hide in like bushes and stuff?
I think so. If it's not a red lock, then you have a chance to drop.
Okay.
I think you just have to loot. Is there a specific spot in here? Or is it? Oh, it's the med rooms, right?
Yeah, med rooms.
Somebody just got somebody's here. I heard the camera go off.
Oh,
Yep.
Well, yeah, we hear him.
Crouch, crouch.
Holy.
I don't know a way in without hitting the camera though.
Shit.
We're gonna
If you
get
want, we'll
spotted by
wait for
drone.
gunfire and then shoot the camera.
You
Can I
shoot the
smoke it?
camera? Okay. Maybe, but the smokes make noise, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think maybe we wait for gunfire for them and then try to sneak in a shot of the camera.
Alright. I hear footsteps to our right.
Yeah.
Or is that a bot?
Yeah, I do too. I do
Bot.
too. Oh, it's a big boy. I mean, God, they sound like
That's
people.
it, yeah. Yeah,
Nice.
let's not shoot the
I think that
fucking
worked.
big sniper can.
Well, I
I
shot
think
at the
it
same time as the other guy, so.
I know. It's just
I might be a little confused. I may
crawling
have
in.
heard it.
Right here,
Oh,
right here.
God damn it.
I'm lighting up. Oh!
I shot one.
I gotta get out.
I downed one.
He's down. He's down. That guy's down.
Oh, left side.
They threw a firebomb. I'm stuck outside.
Shit.
I'm shield recharging.
I'm going around. I'm going around.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
trying
one
to go
guy
around
left, I
too.
think.
There's no way to go around.
I think I can go around. I'm flanking.
His shield was
He's
broke.
right there. He's right there. A sniper. He's right behind that wall. I just
Hard
pinged him.
Turn off your flashlight. Turn off your flashlight.
Push.
I'm pushing.
There's another one in the corner. I got him.
I'm lighting. Oh, he's right there.
Shot him.
He's down.
Nice.
Is that everyone?
Yep.
All right.
Good shit. Good shit. Where's the other guy?
I don't know where the first one that went down was.
He was
Oh,
Are we good?
Jesus Christ.
that was not me.
Okay, coming in right now.
I see him. Three.
I'm reloading.
I'm shielding. I lit one guy up.
One's down. Two down.
There's another guy in there.
Over there.
Right in the corner.
No.
I'm pushing.
He got up.
He
There's
fucking got
two
up.
down.
Knock that guy out.
Oh shit,
They
careful.
sniped me at the very top. He killed me.
I broke him.
You got
I broke
him,
his shield.
You got him.
He two shot me.
These guys, really good fight.
GG's.
GG.
Another guy. Another team.
Go up. No, I don't know.
I shot him once.
You got one.
Do you want me to smoke it? Go up.
Pushing out.
Okay, you're pushing up.
Recharging.
Yes, you're talking in game.
Oh fuck.
I'm healing.
I don't see anyone else.
Is that just a solo?
I don't know. I don't see anyone.
Okay, let's just chill.
I need
loot up,
shields.
and- Jesus fucking Christ! Did you loot this guy in the corner?
No. Maybe a tiny bit.
Okay.
Maybe just the good stuff.
Wait, did you or did you not?
I was looking for fucking heals, man.
He's got fucking nothing.
I was looking for heals and I found the guns.
Found the purples.
Oh my god.
Dude, what the fuck?
Oh, the war, dude. We're clapping though.
Yeah, we're clapping.
That was a fun flank.
That was crazy. They got fucking nothing.
Let me in. I just want to touch him.
Sure.
Alright, there we go. I'm out.
Is there anyone else we killed?
The one guy that's like on the wall right next to Ouroboros.
Did you full named me? What the fuck? Did I do something wrong?
Mom! I can't believe we did all that waiting just
Oh,
to
the guy
run into a
upstairs. The
fucking
guy upstairs.
camera immediately.
Oh yeah, guy you sniped upstairs.
You sniped the loot from this thing.
Handle
Oh, what
baby.
the?
Oh, he
What's
put a
that?
fucking mine.
Oh, that scared the shit out of me. I thought we were getting
I don't know where he
ratted.
I was
went.
like, not again, man. I need to just take him.
Where did he
Oh,
climb?
breathe.
Crawl to? Where'd the rat crawl to?
He's got to be up there somewhere. Oh, you hear the gunfire? Oh, someone's leaving.
No, that's me. I opened the door.
Oh. It makes the same extract noise?
Oh, maybe not. No, no. I thought you heard like me open the door.
No, there's people extracting over there. Did you guys find his corpse?
I don't know. I mean,
haven't
they
seen
said
it
GG.
yet.
Dude, when I shot him, it broke his shield, so I didn't think he actually died, to be honest. But
No, I saw the flare.
okay.
He could be in any of these fucking rooms. That little bitch. He must have had a good spot to go and crawl and die in. Oh, another flare.
Out there.
I don't know where this dude went.
I don't know either.
Whatever.
I got the quest done.
Wait, what was that?
Nice.
Ruined, but
I'm looting a
I've
little
ever
bit.
looted one of those. What do you mean a little bit?
What? I don't actually got that much shit, dude.
You deserve this. You
No, I'm
deserve
just
a good loot in this.
Oh, I got a Lance mixtape. We're up.
Oh. Insane. Did you guys loot all this already?
Does anyone want an extended light mag?
Oh, defib.
I just saw like a scanner. What was?
That's a turret in the corner. Whoa. Alright, do you guys want to exit out here? This way? Are we all good? You loot everything?
Yeah. I mean, are we going to water treatment or are we going up top? There's only 2 extracts a night.
Do we want to go to the Barren Husk still?
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
right.
let's
Should we do that?
Yeah, so we go
Yeah, yeah.
through water treatment then.
We can definitely do
Wait,
that.
steps, southwest, steps. On me. For sure.
They're in here. They're in here.
Oh boy.
Pushing me, pushing me, pushing me. I just got lit.
I'm coming. Are
I
they
gotta
in here?
heal. I gotta heal. No. They're like in the doorway. They
Oh, I
closed.
see him.
Do I not
see
have
him.
heals? Oh, it's
I
right
literally
here.
see him. Can I shoot through this? No.
I gotta heal.
Fuck.
Careful to not get flanked.
I'll watch the other side.
All right.
They're here. They're here. Did you throw a grenade or something? Oh my god.
On my side. I cracked him.
Fuck.
Super lit.
I got fucked.
What the fuck?
I gotta heal. Oh my god, grenade on me! No!
I'm healing.
Perfect grenade.
Dude, I don't like
Finish
this.
my reload.
I really don't
I
like
mean,
this.
We're stuck.
Are we?
I mean, oh.
Can't we just dip, dude? I don't know.
We have to go that way, but they're gonna chase us.
Yeah.
I mean, I closed these doors.
Just healing up.
I'm out of
do it. I think we can
shields.
do it.
I'm out of shields. I don't know if you guys
Yeah,
have
I can
extra,
split, I
but
can split some here.
Okay. I'm watching the storm.
I just dropped one
Over here.
and hit a bandy.
They haven't
I mean, I don't know. Like, do you guys have loot? We could just dip.
Yeah.
No.
Oh wait, here. I've got more shields. Here.
I have one extra shield
Alright.
if you need it.
I
My
dropped
blue
2 more
shield's
for
at
'em.
38 durability.
I haven't seen them since, guys. I think they might have gone, or they're just
Out of
camping.
the
They could be
baiting.
flanking or
They could be
baiting.
flanking. I don't want to sit here for too long.
I kind of want to
Alright,
just go
I'm
get
gonna...
that. What are you gonna do?
Oh, it's fine. I don't know. I was gonna push, but
We can push all together. You want me to push from this side, and you guys go that side? Hope for the best.
oh no, they're still here. They're talking on
They're
voice.
talking. What are they saying?
All right.
Whole team,
I
they
don't
said.
know. Oh, is there another team? Oh, this guy. He just peeked over here for a second.
Okay. They're still in there.
I lit him a little bit.
Okay, should we
He's
push?
trying to jiggle.
Broke a shield.
Okay, let's go in. Let's go in. I'm going in. I'm going in from the left, right.
Go again.
I shot one. Shot two. Shot three.
He closed the door. I'm opening.
Close the door. Go, 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 go.
I downed one.
Where's the other one?
They
Did
ran,
he run
they ran
out?
out the door. Out the door. I'm killing this guy.
He's going down. I'm jumping. I'm gonna mantle him. Right here, on me, on me. On me, on me, on me, on me. Super lit. Oh, I'm down. He's super lit. 1 HP. I'm crawling up the stairs.
Can you defib
I'm
him?
coming.
He's running. He's running.
Yeah, I can defib.
I'm covering.
Oh,
I got a snipe.
there's another team. That's another team.
I'm smoking us.
I got a hit.
Go up the stairs.
I'm 1 hit. I gotta heal a little bit
Yeah,
first.
I'm just chilling. Same.
Oh,
Motherfucker, we
below
gotta
us,
go, we
below
gotta
us.
go. They get a shot on us.
Oh, I'm downed again. I'm gonna have to
Fuck
crawl
you,
in.
Defib.
I don't have a
I'm gonna have to
defib.
crawl in. I'm gonna crawl in.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's another team.
Pushing upstairs. Pushing upstairs. One person.
Yep.
Hold
I got him,
while
I
he
got him.
reses me.
Hold it.
Pushing
him.
in. Hard push. Hard push.
Yep.
In the
Got him,
corner
you got
here.
him.
He's down.
You got it?
You got him. You got him. Where's my...
Dumbass.
Am I blind?
I need bandages so bad.
I've got a broken shield. Shit.
Can you have a blue shield?
No.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
Oh,
need to-
there's
I
a
need to just
there's a
loot this
hornet
guy.
outside here. Oh, another guy's coming up the stairs. Up the stairs. Up the stairs.
Oh, yep. Oh my god.
He's down. He's down.
Can you get me? Can you get me?
Yeah,
I
get
got
him. Get
I
him.
got
Get him.
Hold that angle.
We just need to not get flanked here too.
I don't think we have time to worry about that. We just gotta
Guys spamming fucking nades.
live.
Alright, do we try and disengage this?
Yeah. This is like an infinite wave of assholes.
I'm throwing a lure grenade out there. Fuck those guys.
I think I killed one more. I don't know. I shot him like 5 times as he was crawling down.
Okay, you got the valuable. Nice. Okay.
I hear the staircase still. I don't know.
I'm gonna fall back to the
Oh,
other
he's still
guys.
here.
I gotta
He's still
try
here.
and-
You're joking. Oh my god, nice shooting, man.
Is he dead?
I'm pushing him.
He's running.
Oh, no, he's not dead. Okay, I'm gonna try and get a
Chasing
shield.
with you?
I don't know where he went.
This guy's got a
He
broken
jumped
shield
down.
too. No. I'm coming.
Other guy's down, so
Motherfucker.
I'm gonna check this guy's.
I don't know where he went.
that guy
Guy's
got anything.
smoke. I just need a shield. It's a fucking medium shield.
Can
He's
I
got a
have it?
medium
I'm gonna
shield.
take it.
Take it and drop yours. And then, yeah, it's time to go. We just gotta get the fuck out of here.
Jesus.
You guys agree?
You guys have any shield
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
chargers? I need one more.
know.
I do.
Got...
Here. There's one on the ground.
Thank you.
This shit is so. Oh, player. That's up on our floor. We go downstairs. Go downstairs. Go downstairs.
Yep.
All right.
It's time to go. Time to just run.
Just hard run. Hard run. Slide down the staircases. Don't run down them.
You got it.
Much faster.
There's like dropping down tech with the grabs, but I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, the mantling. Yeah, I don't know how
I'm
either.
I'm not about to fuck with that. Just get out of here.
Let's head home at the water treatment elevator.
I'm gonna wrap. I
Let's
don't
go.
wanna be right
Yeah, let's go
below 'em.
wide.
Yep. Very smart. Jesus Christ.
The eternal fucking war. I gotta start bringing 2 shields to matches, dude.
Yeah, actually, dude.
That or start running a medium.
How many people did we just kill in 2 teams?
There's a bot.
Up there.
Okay.
We're gonna have to shoot it. It's right in front of us.
Or we're gonna get sniped.
3, 2, 1. Oh, we shot the same engine.
Let's grab it. We got it. Let's just go. I'm so scared.
I need some fucking pizza after this one.
I'm gonna reward myself with a Costco hot dog.
Mm-hmm. Only if you get out. If we don't, no
Oh.
pizza. No, if you don't get out, pineapple on your pizza.
Can we go
that's
for the
true.
Baron Husk?
We can probably.
Got no shield, dude.
Oh, yeah, okay, maybe not, maybe not.
Maybe we come back.
Well, I don't know, like, how dangerous it is.
You just have to. So the problem is you have to loot the top. It lights itself on fire.
Oh,
which is
that's
an RP
the.
event.
I see. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, and then
We'll
you
come
have to
back.
loot it after for a class.
We'll come back.
We'll do it another run.
Is this the exit? The waypoint?
Yeah, no, that's.
Head home at the
I
water
was about to
treatment
say.
elevator.
Yeah, we're just going wrapping around.
Okay. Oh fuck. Real bits. Oh, is he gonna see us?
We're good. We're good.
Oh my god.
The war for ministers.
It's not over.
Like they gotta tone down the spawns, dude.
Yeah.
So like right there,
Let's
a
hide
barricade
all
win
here.
just wins us.
Oh,
like they
I
can't-
aggroed.
Oh no.
What? Oh, okay. That was like a leaper or something nasty. I was like, oh, we're fucking cool.
Oh, there is a leaper though.
Over there.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's fine. I can't see us.
Oh my god. He wants us.
Yeah. I'm
Get
like,
to the
camping
chopper!
it.
Get to the chopper!
It's almost time. I'm so scared, man. I just want to get the fuck out. Just let me go.
Woo!
Holy shit.
That was a freaking game, dude.
I knew it was gonna
Like
be
four,
bad, but
4 teams, dude. Fuck you know.
4 teams was a little, yeah, 0 to 100 real fast.
Dude, I cannot believe I got sniped from some random across the map when I'm on the stairs and broke
Yeah,
my
what
shield.
the fuck, dude? That was crazy. Oh my god.
Man, that was intense.
19,000.
I got
That was
16.
insane. It is
God
insane.
damn.
It was good.
I found my
It was
original
really
analyzer
good.
at a pharmacy in Buried City. See if you can find
Oh, I
me
need the
a spare
ESR
MRI
analyzer
window.
now. Damn, the MK3 has 3 safe pockets? Holy shit.
Yeah, but you lose the valuable slots, which isn't that big of a deal, I don't think.
Yeah, I
But you
mean,
can wear a
they're
medium
basically
shield
valuable
with
slots.
it.
Oh.
Oh my god, they have durability too? I didn't know that. Wait, what happens if your augment gets broken?
I don't know.
Over encumbered?
I'm not sure. Mine hasn't been taking any durability damage from the raids.
I had
so
I had
much.
one that was like 70, and I don't know what damaged it.
Only thing's glitching out. Holy shit.
That was
fun.
that was crazy.
That was super fun.
I'm glad we
Got
made
two
it out.
anvils.
That was I'm surprised they were pushing up that staircase. They're fucking crazy.
Me too,
What
dude.
the hell were they
like-
thinking?
I think they were getting shot by another team, and they were like, "We need to just go in."
Yeah, I don't know, but like I was just destroying them because I could just jiggle peek with the anvil on the door, and it was like
Yep.
the guy, he had like a Torrente, I think, and he just fucking like full autoed it in the doorway. I just
Oh my
repeeked and killed him.
God. That's so fucking funny.
Hey, just GLN, thank you for the prime
He
sub.
ran straight up to you. You guys are like kissing each other through the door. That's great. You really killed like 3 people there.
Just fucking
Just don't learn.
plinking him in.
Just don't learn.
Oh, this guy has a vertical grip on this? That's not right. It's the wrong one.
I need more rubber parts and metal.
Build their guns wrong.
Gotta plug the Twitch as you kill him.
The Anvil 3 is so good.
Twitch.tv/robot, twitch.tv/robot. It's so funny.
Did you guys get anything good off any of the bodies? I feel like I didn't really get too much, but
No, not really.
I got a level 4 kettle out of my tremendous.
Wow. Yeah, no, nothing too great, admittedly. Man, some of those higher rarity stuff is crazy, huh?
100%. That is where I was feeling the dog shit bandages. I just like could not reset fast enough.
Yep. Same, and more people kept on coming, dude.
Yeah.
that's why you gotta bring like 1 or 2 of the herbals. It's so worth it.
I
That's a
had
good idea.
to. I just used them in the first fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, same, actually. Wait, I'll bring it deep. Got like 12
yeah,
of them in my
defibs are
storage.
huge.
Defibs are actually huge. I mean, that saved our life. Getting Dene up, they would have killed him.
Oh my god,
I mean,
the
considering
battle
how much we
pass,
fought there,
go
I
to the
still didn't
battle
use
pass
that
and
much
then click
ammo.
on, what the hell is it? Just lost the battle pass.
Yeah, I
Okay,
know,
oh,
you
there
can
it is.
just click and
Click on
see.
the second to or third to last one. Look at the emote, dude. You can teabag. You can
Page
slap.
5?
You can no the third to last one. I don't know what page it is for.
Page 4, it says the page. Oh my god,
can-
squat.
You can slap squat on people as they're downed.
Oh, that's so funny. You're gonna see a lot of that.
That's funny.
Anvil 4, baby. Dude, this thing is
Stems,
crazy.
bandies, gotta sell those. Yeah, I might just need to move to the medium shield life, dude. Like the light
Yeah.
shield's getting churned and
It's
burned.
really... I feel like it's pretty worth it, honestly. I mean, it's like a shot that would normally crack your shield, and one will only do like half, so...
Okay.
I have the legendary
Are
mod,
you
but I'm
guys,
not
down for
using that
another,
shit.
or-
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm down for one more, and then I think I'm gonna go get dinner.
That sounds perfect.
So do we want where do we want to go?
Up to you.
Oh, Buried City has
Oh, wait.
increased amount of probes.
Is
Maybe
it
we
is it
could do that?
nighttime still on dam?
It is, yeah. Do you want to
Oh,
go
let's
back
bring
to
a
them?
key.
Let's run
Let's
the
do a
key.
key run.
Okay.
I'm putting the key in my pocket.
God, how do you get so many fucking keys, dude?
So you just loot them, 5 head.
I've got a good amount. Which one is this that you're using?
I don't have any.
Damn surveillance.
Is it a purple?
This has 5 of them.
This has
It's
5?
no, it's the green one.
Oh, I have 2.
Oh wait, no. Oh, that's space. Okay. They're
Um,
different colors. I didn't realize. Yeah.
I don't have any. Not one. That's crazy. Just a bunch of hatch keys.
No, we're doing progressive tomorrow. I didn't feel that good when I woke up this morning,
You
so
guys gonna be on later tonight? Or are you done after dinner?
yeah, I'll probably play a bit more after dinner. I did have some buddies who were hitting me up to play as well, but I don't know. They're probably full now too. So there's so many people I know are like playing this game. It's crazy.
It's got a really high player. Let me check the Steam charts for today.
Chat said it's 300k today so far. It's pretty good for the weekend.
Curious what the electromagnetic storm is going to be like on the Blue Gate. Not for like another week though.
Dude, if that ends after an hour, because I'm at work, I'm gonna be sad. I'll be
Just
sad.
Put your jaw on forehead.
Hopefully it'll be like a full day event or something.
Start RMT snap hooks on G2G to survive. Have you seen the... I looked up the prices just out of curiosity. It's like level 4 scrappy, all the materials for it's like $60.
60
I was like someone 100% bought it, dude. They're like, oh my scrappy.
Bro, I'm about to buy that. Give me those fucking mushrooms.
Yeah, 328k was the peak. We're at 301 right now, just on Steam.
That's not bad.
Well, considering it has Epic Games, then there's crossplay. There's probably like 500 to 750,000 players, if not more.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
All right, night raid again.
Night raid, Day Battlegrounds, bringing the key.
We got a key and a dream.
We're getting the perps.
You know what? I'm gonna bring a light shield in case my blue breaks.
That's a very good idea.
He's doubling up.
I mean, they're so they don't take like anything to make the light shields.
Yeah. Yeah, might as well.
Every time I try and swing a corner, I have like 3 people looking at me. It's the most sad thing. I just instantly get cracked. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I noticed, dude. You've had some bad luck the past like 2.
I mean, I'm at least like trading a crack out, so it's not horrible, but
it's better than one person looking at you and deleting you from the planet.
Wall midair.
Yeah, wall midair. Man, I can't get over that, Dad. That was crazy. I got fucking shit on. Like, hello, I'm ready.
It's like the Wild West guns that have 4 barrels, and he's just like, patink.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Wish this game was first person. Yeah, the third
That's
person like
really good
peeking
water
is kind of
treatment.
cheesy.
Not really good, but better than the last time.
Better than we usually do.
You're already out of stam?
Yeah, I got baby stamina, brother.
Oh, dude, you gotta get them lungs up. Wait, no, you got the lung upgrades.
I know I do. I don't know. I'm a fat, squishy baby. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm a little behind. I was looting a container.
Wow,
Tale as
dude.
old as time.
Hey, I got like 10 metal scrap, dude.
Right in front of us, right in front of us!
What? Players?
I don't trust him.
Is that a solo? What the fuck's going on?
No, it can't be. He's got friends. He's just running to them. Be careful. Watch out. Yep.
Got one.
I'm behind. I'm far. You guys got a shield.
I'm resetting.
I'm watching the side. Little liar.
I shot him.
Push it up. Push it up. 2 on me.
Wait, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Right here.
I cracked him. I cracked him.
Got one. Got one.
The other guy's right behind him.
Dude,
He's-
the rock.
he's under
the
the rock.
rock is soaking my shots. Oh, he's dead. He's
He's
dead.
fucking invincible, mother. Okay, he's dead.
Dude, why does the aiming reticle do that? It like locks onto
GG.
terrain.
You little liars.
Where's the third?
killed him.
The first guy we killed.
Where was that?
I don't know where he fucking died.
He crawled right around this corner somewhere.
Maybe he's still up.
Oh, there's no way. I gotta reset. What am I doing? He was like right in here the last time I saw him.
Yeah, there's no way they got him up. I mean,
Right
they're-
here,
I
right
see.
here, right here.
Alright.
I'm gonna touch him real quick. I'm gonna sniff him a little bit.
Did they have anything? The guy that I.
The
didn't
guy,
have
he
shit?
had an El Toro. So.
Ooh, this
Okay.
guy's got a bunch of bandies.
Where's the other
Alright,
corpse?
back
so I
to
can get
looting.
XP.
So here's my question: where were they going?
I have
We're
no
in a
idea.
fresh match. Husky.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. You want a looting MK2? Oh wait, you can't switch it anyways.
No, I mean I want it because I don't have one.
Oh god, I fucking scrapped this guy's gun and now I have a million parts in my...
Oh, this is the last guy. Danny, you're going a little far there.
Oh,
We're like not by you at all.
Roger, Roger.
Oh, I'm trying
I
to
missed.
shots.
Are you on the Hornet?
No, no. I just got
There's a
balls
Hornet
falling at me.
looking around.
Dude, can the game let me mantle over a freaking 2-foot tall rail, please? Oh wait, we're in the
Oh,
right
locker
spot. We
room.
just gotta kill the turret.
Yeah, it's
Do you want
right
to hit these lockers?
I wanna get the turret.
Let's get the loot first. The big loot.
Oh, the key
Got
room. Right.
Yeah.
Wait. This is my key room. Back out. Wait, I gotta hit the button.
That helps.
Oh, absolute tragedy. I'm gonna grab the weapons crate in here. Wait, is there no? Oh yeah, there it is. I got a snap hook.
Medium gun parts. That's fucking awesome. We gotta get out. You got a snap hook? What is that?
Oh, you don't know what it is?
Nope.
How do you explain it? It's like a grappling hook.
Oh, yeah. No, I think I did see my friend use it. I've never seen it though. That's so fun. Holy shit. Is it purple? Whoa!
The legendary.
It scared me.
Legendary.
Is it Peggio any good? Should I take that?
I really hate them. Oh, players. Yep, they're coming in north.
Fuck. Do they know we're here?
I don't think so. We can probably just run out the. Oh, in!
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm down. I'm being blocked on the door. Oro, can you fast res me?
Yeah. I'm coming. I'm really low though. I think this should do it.
No, I'm
No, he's
guarding him.
I got it.
I lit that guy up. I fucking didn't get him though. Oh, another guy pushing from the side.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm down.
There's 2 teams. I got sniped in the room. Oh, it's over. Motherfuckers.
Denny, I'm running in there.
He's rushing you.
You have a defib, Denny?
2 people.
Oh god.
I'm down.
Yeah,
Fuck.
Yeah, we're out.
Like, why are we pinched between 2 teams?
I'll give you $1 million. That's $1 million you're just leaving off the table. That's crazy.
I'm gonna walk my loot away.
Yep. Needs to be salty bitches. That's so
Oh,
sad.
like, why are we pinched? Like, 3 on each side is
Instant.
brutal at the exact same
Instant,
time.
dude. At the
Like,
exact
how are
same
they?
time.
How are
Instant
they like?
maneuver.
Yeah.
I think they must have
It's
heard
not-
the gunshots and then rushed to third party us.
Oh man, that was
Well, yeah, I don't know. That sucks.
That
I think
really
I found a
sucks,
spot they're not
dude.
gonna find my body. I'm gonna surrender.
I'm following it. You.
Damn it, dude. My Anvil 4.
Well, RIP 2 purple guns.
Yep.
Yeah. Rip my Anvil 4. Tragic.
This is so sad.
That sucks. We couldn't even like back out one side. We opened another door and the freaking.
And there was
slam.
3 more. We were cooked. I couldn't even run into the door because I got
Dude,
sniped.
I knocked one on the first team. The second guy fried me.
I should have
just got
shielded there.
Wait, what happened?
I just wasn't able to
the
reset.
Second, what
Yeah.
happens to the second safe slot?
Should have put down a smoke. I don't know.
Like,
There's a
does
lot
it
of stuff I could have done better
auto-
there.
When
What do
you
you mean?
die with that, because the looting MK2 has 2 safe slots, right?
Yeah.
So when you die,
Oh,
I still
right.
have
I
one-
think it probably
so what does it do?
automatically puts it in. I'm
okay.
assuming. I mean, that would make the most sense, right?
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks. You win
I'm gonna
some,
start-
you lose some.
I'm gonna start running the tactical MK2.
You ever think there's too much action in this game?
It just like there's a lot of POIs, but people like convert. It's weird how it's always the same one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does anyone know how many teams are on the map at once?
Someone said 21.
21
that's
teams
true.
or 21 people?
No, 21 players total.
Oh, okay. I mean that's a lot, so that's probably why.
17. I don't know.
Damn, dude. I had so much stuff. That sucks. I could have played better. Damn, I don't have any shield rechargers.
Yeah, so like situations like that, we barricade off one side and we no longer have an issue.
Yeah.
I think like we need to get the
Be
barricade
a good neighbor
blueprint.
and don't make too much noise after hours.
I wonder how you get up.
I had medium ammo part blueprint. I'm so sad.
Oh, you should have asked.
That would have been huge, dude. Oh, dude, that's right. I could have put it in my ass.
Yeah, anything that's high value, immediate butt.
Oh. That was stupid. Oh. Damn, now I'm even kicking myself. I'll get 100 of them, I'm sure, but right now that's a bit of a loss. That's so sad. A hard lesson learned.
Got a medium shield. Make a light one. I just need a little bit of bandages.
Hello again. You sure you can handle that?
I like only have healing quick use. I've used all my
Make up your
util
mind.
stuff.
I don't have all day.
Yeah. Oh no. I'm out of shield rechargers.
Same, actually. I haven't been looting enough for the fucking robots, man. You can
We
buy
just
them.
farm some
but
robots and start looting them.
Okay.
you can also make them in the raid, so.
That's crazy.
Hello.
Oh, you can buy shield rechargers too.
Only
Okay.
fresh produce here.
Yeah.
And by produce, I mean medical supplies.
I mean,
Oh, those are
once your stash is fully expanded, like there's nothing else you use money on, so you just start buying the vendors out. I think.
That's a good point.
True. Yeah, I've already spent like 300,000 on freaking dash upgrades.
Yeah, my vendor's
You know, I
maxed
read
out.
somewhere-
Or I mean, my stash is maxed out now, so.
Are you doing one more?
I can do one more.
Easy as bait. All right.
Dang it, chat!
Oh, this one, I'll turn on my monitor. I'll move my cat out of the way. Yeah.
Could have played better.
Bring some stimmies too. 1 sec. I'm so bad at redoing inventory.
That was so chaotic, dude. But the thing is, when I was watching, when I was like watching the corner, I should have re-shielded myself. I should have healed up. We probably would have been okay then. It was kind of my
Ready,
fault.
I have a pharaoh and a
Or I
dragon.
mean, everybody makes mistakes. I really should try to like pop a shield every time I can. So where are we going?
Run it back, redemption
I say,
song.
do you have another key?
There's no night raid on Dam. So
Oh, then.
it's night
what's the
raid on
event?
Buried City.
Anything?
We could go Rosa. Night raid Buried
Rosa
City.
Knight? That sounds amazing.
What's the events? Harvester? You guys want to try the Queen ones?
Not
No,
really.
I don't. I
Oh
got
wait,
nothing.
what's the spaceport right now?
It's husks.
Husks? Husks are really good if you guys need shields, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah?
We do need shields.
Sure.
I'm
Let's
down.
do it then. Let's grab a raider key since it's daytime.
Oh, good idea.
Right. I'll get
Yeah,
one.
one of you guys got
I can grab one
I'll
if you
get
want.
one.
Okay.
Okay.
I can bring a key for spaceport too, but I guess I should save it for night. So
Okay. Someone in my chat says PlayStation Store lists max players as 21, so I think it's got to be 21.
7 teams then, yeah.
That's crazy.
But then
still.
you also have to factor in 21, and then if a team wipes, another one gets
A new
slotted
one
in.
who played takes their place. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the fucking team deathmatch.
there's so many cool like consumables in this game actually. I need to loot more of these power cells. I feel like maybe I should have brought more shields.
You know what we should do? We should run a match on Asia just to see the fun different blood effects.
Something.
Bad kidding. Sorry. Zelda jump scare. He likes to sneak up on me and tap my shoulder, like right when it's like when I'm locked in. Bitch cat.
Man, if you get the double loot passive proc on those key rooms at night, this must be insane.
That would be insane. Yeah.
Double loot passive. Which one's that? Let me see.
That's a dist passive if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it's in survival. There's a chance to get double loot.
Are you talking about Looter's Luck?
Yeah.
That's just revealed so you can see the items faster. It doesn't double.
Oh,
It's like the Tarkov when you max out your searching.
I see. That makes more sense. 'Cause that would be kind of
Yeah.
an insane pass.
I
That would be
have
OP
one.
as fuck.
I have 1 point and it procs everyone's
I wonder if it's a one and done.
All right, so where do we go for these husks?
So they're just the
Just
the
around?
Rocketeer husks. You'll just see random dead robots and you start
Oh
breaking
shit!
them.
Yeah. Okay, I've seen them before.
Yeah, and then you're gonna get Rocketeer parts out of them. And then if we find the husks of other ones, you can get their parts too.
Cool.
Oh, it worked.
What
The
is
weapons
this?
crate's here.
No way.
I
Oh my
told
God,
you
you're
the
right.
random weapon crate.
It's here.
Oh, it's an El Toro for somebody.
I'll take it. Shotgun someone to fade.
So I've only done it on Dam and on the 4th map. Dam had a crazy amount of them.
Yeah. Oh, there's a player right there. Right in the bush.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh, whole last team. Gotta find some cover.
Oh, you just made some cover. Oh my god. I got sniped.
I cracked this guy.
I'm down. This guy's 1 HP on me.
I'm just getting cover. Jesus Christ.
One to the right in the open.
Ah, he sniped me.
I let him.
There's two.
I'm almost crawled. Do you guys got a defib or no?
I do.
I'm smoking
But
you.
I'm like,
Defib,
You have it?
defib,
okay.
defib.
I got you. All right, let me move back out, huh?
I
think
mean, there's
they
nowhere
might
to
be
back
pushing up.
too.
Oh my god, right in front of me. I did this. There's like, they're everywhere.
One guy's down.
Got one. Behind on me, shit.
I'm shielding.
Oh, he's
Fuck,
right on
he's
top of me.
killing him. No,
No, he's not. He's pushing
baiting
you. Live ping
This,
towards
he's
you.
running. On you, yep, right there.
Oh, fuck, he has a shot. Oh,
They're
you guys are
double-
both
they're
down.
double pushing.
They're killing us.
Uh,
Oh no, yeah, they're killing us. Right
Dude,
there.
why are they just like
Oh,
bushwhacking
it's over.
10 feet
Okay.
from our spawn?
Yeah,
I wish I had the anvil right now.
they were all in the bush.
I guess it's time to learn spawns, because that was grief.
Yep.
We're
That was
legitimately,
crazy. Dude, we got 2 feet
dude,
from our spawn and died.
I was fucking hitting so many
people
shots there,
spawned
chat.
there.
I hit like every
Well,
fucking
that
shot.
was a fresh match. They just knew the
We just got
spawn and
caught
then
in
just
such a bad
They
spot.
were like, okay, someone's spawning next to us. Let's hide in a
Yeah.
bush.
I was fucking lighting them up so
Oh
hard.
man, that's so nasty.
Yeah, it's
I spotted him too late. Yeah,
I was doing good.
Alright, free kit, run
yeah,
it.
it literally is free kit time. I don't have enough to do anything else.
Yeah, sure. Let's just do it.
Okay.
I don't think there's any way to stream sniping this many players.
No shot. It's just people like fucking knowing the map and the spawns, just like you said.
Nice to see a fresh face.
I need
Don't be
to.
shy.
Someone needs to post a thing with dots of every possible spawn.
Yeah.
That sucked, dude. I got 3-2-1. Like, I was cooked right off the rip of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're like, they're in the
sucked.
bushes, and I turned, and it was like, tut 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 tut.
Aww.
Weren't even like near a high value spot too. They just
No,
yeah,
that was
unlucky.
just knowing where someone spawns and they turn.
That sucks. Is this the same fucking spot?
Yep. Wait, no, we're on the other side.
Oh, okay. I got a rattler, insane.
I got a Pharaoh, the best free gun.
Man, the
Yeah, same.
rattler is like, I might as well fucking just die. This thing fucking sucks.
It's not bad once you upgrade it a bit, but the 10 starting bullets.
The
suck.
10 bullets, dude. You're like, "Ba, ba, 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 ba," and then, okay, reload. Okay, ba, 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 okay, reload.
You can fight off like one bot with all the ammo it gives you.
Yeah, exactly. Take like 1 bar off of someone's shield, maybe. And you gotta reload.
Yeah, Ramsham. That's honestly the way to
Literally the
play
worst
like
starting gun
solo,
for
I
this.
feel like. I don't know, these guys like these dudes I'm well, maybe it's mainly Denny, but they're very
Alright, so where are these husks
like
at?
a lot of time I just
So
like
find,
fucking
a
loot up.
concreted spot of them or something. The like I said on Dam, there was like I could loot like 20 of them.
Need to run it down.
They were just
Yeah, that's
everywhere.
fair. I mean, there's not enough
The
loot,
fourth map, there wasn't a ton of them.
so you do kind of
I
have
got
to
maybe
hit
like 8 a run, and I
big
actually had to
spots.
run
But at
for
least in
them.
solo.
Damn.
Maybe
I mean,
this
I like to
map's
fight too.
for it.
This map, it's not looking too good.
But at the
Diz,
same
are you
time,
good?
yeah, sorry, I
That
was
was a bad pathing.
just
Yeah,
little
maybe not.
looting, you know. You know.
I mean, might as well.
There's a baby one, but
I'm breaching him. I'm breaching the baby. Ow, he shocked me as his final fuck you. That was so mean.
Like, dude, now that, like, I gotta say the anvil, like, I don't want to use anything else. Like, if I had an anvil in that last fight, I feel like we could have fucking
not even seen one.
could have clapped them. But I mean, I was hitting good shots with the Pharaoh.
Is there one right there? That's not a Rocketeer one, but it is one. Wait, why can't I loot it? Oh, there we go.
That one's finicky.
That's only one loot spot on that, right?
Yeah. This is the Bastion one, I think.
I'm gonna check out the hangar.
I'll come with you.
I think sometimes there's lockers in these.
Oh, it was a courier. Interesting. Oh, box.
Oh,
Players?
nope. Just a bot.
Oh, the bomber, okay.
Thought it was the one that, like, opens up, so I waited, and that was not a good idea.
Yeah, if they have that little Jupiter band around them, it's the bombers.
Gotcha.
Did you ever do your husk thing?
No.
There's a husk right here.
Oh, I got the depot battery. I know where that is.
You want to come do your big thing for your quest?
Sure.
Oh, I found the depot.
Oh,
Right there.
the work
You want to do
doing?
your quest? I'll take the battery.
Yeah, sure. Batteries. Yeah.
Oh, see, I found 2 downed Rocketeers right here.
Oh, goddamn it. I'll give you the loot for this. I just figure you gotta get your quest done.
Oh no, I mean it's all you, dude. I'm curious now.
I'm the dedicated holder of things.
Oh, this is the husk. I see.
Yeah.
There should totally be like hold stuff better perk. You can make your worst player pick all that stuff.
I got a snitch coming.
Should've fucked up.
Oh, what are the odds?
You guys good?
Yeah, it's just, it flew over the wall. What's going on?
Look, it's fucking nothing. Oh, shotgun.
It called in the homies.
That was fucking useless. I'm coming. Do you have a Pharaoh as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Lock
I do.
dog.
Calculate.
Probably a good thing I'm not there. I couldn't do much anyways. Fucking rattler. Alright. I've required a shotgun. Is this the boy? Oh no, this is
I
part of the map.
already looted those ones. No, that's
Okay.
for his quest. That's one of the quest things you'll have to find.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Got you.
You gotta go on the top of it and then pull
Oh,
the
there's a
fucking
player here.
lever.
There's a player on the husk. He just saw me.
Coming.
I'm
He's-
wrapping.
I can't
I'm
ping
going
it.
up on the hill.
Okay. He's right at the top of the ramp.
I'm
going up
climbing.
like an
I'm
idiot.
climbing.
He's right up there,
Oh,
like right at the
I just
top
got
aura.
sniped from. Dude, where
see.
did I just get sniped? There's someone northeast that wasn't him. I'm getting dropped on. There's one right above me.
I see him. I see him. Oh, he
I
sees
let
me.
him.
He
I
dropped,
cracked
he
him.
dropped.
He fell. Is he
Oh my
downed?
God, there's a sniper. What the fuck? Oh my god. There's a sniper.
Like a player or a bot?
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
You gotta crawl
I don't know
back
where
here.
he is, but do
Hold down the
not-
ramp.
Oh my god, they're
I'm
killing me
getting
from
pushed.
100
I'm getting
feet
pushed.
away. They're at the top of the map.
I cracked this guy. There's two on my side. I cracked another one. Two cracked my side.
I got a fucking shield recharge.
You're talking in game dist. Cracked another one.
I got third partied by a guy in the top of the field.
Cracked another.
Dude, nice fucking shit.
There's a robot. That's not real that I got a freaking snitch on me right now.
There's a guy like up on top of this fucking husk.
You're talking.
Yeah.
Fuck! I shot him. I think I cracked him. They're running around.
I'm
They're running
really,
away.
really confused.
The snitch. You got it. Nice.
Dude, I need fucking
I-
heals.
This sucks.
I'm going. I'm running.
I got no
If you do, go up
fabrics.
there.
I'm running to try and flank the
Do
mountain.
you have
down
any
here.
bandages or fabrics?
I
Danny,
can't tell
do
if you have
not- do not.
proximity.
No, I'm not.
There's a guy on
Wait,
the top of the map. With
Uh,
a sniper rifle.
what is the fucking button? Z?
there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have any cloth. I can give you shield.
I don't need
I'm
shield.
completely out.
It's all good.
I'm out of.
When you turn that corner, look to the very top. The very top of the map. Yep. Top tower, the very top tower. Big tower past this. That one.
Up there?
There he is. That's where he
No
shot
way.
me from. Yes.
No way that man is being
I
a
s-
dick from that.
He literally fucking shot me in the back from
Dude,
that
I kind of
tower.
want to just go get. I need some bandages, bruh.
think
I
he
don't
has a
know. Or we just like
proper sniper
extract.
rifle. I think he has a proper sniper.
Oh,
Just watch
they're
out.
close. They're coming one of the
They're
ways.
running up on you.
They're above us. They're right above us. I cracked one. Oh, he downed me in 2 shots?
Jesus. Get a shotgun. My
Oh,
shotgun.
he downed?
That was a revolver.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, he killed me through my shield. My shield's not even down. I fucking headshot him
yeah.
midair too.
It's cause shields are damage reduction, not damage
yeah.
absorption. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like we should just ran them. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's his teammate on the top of the tower just sniping for him. There's no way they're separated that far.
No, there was 3
just
people. There was
another
1 on the
team.
top and 2 down below. The guy that was sniping
That's-
across the map is just griefing for them.
Oh. You literally shot me twice. Like, what the fuck?
I cracked them so many times. I just can't
And,
finish anything with the
yeah.
Pharaoh.
Why didn't they shoot them? Like, why? The second I got up, they shot me instead.
That's unfortunate.
Might have been teaming. They might have been teaming up with them.
It's so. It would be
Isn't that
so
weird that he
impossible to
didn't get
Q
shot?
snipe. I don't know how people would Q snipe each other to team like cross map.
Do you think it was just pure coincidence? So the second I get up and start shooting him, he just like, oh, a fight, and then he snipes me. Maybe.
I don't know.
That was just crazy, man. That's so unlucky. I got pow pow. I was just dead instantly again.
Yeah.
All right, reload out again. Let's go. Send it.
Go We'll send it.
I
We'll
cannot
send it. That
believe
didn't
there's a
count.
dude on top of the husk of all places.
Yeah,
I didn't even
that
get the
was
husk at the
so
quest, dude.
shitty, I got sniped from the space port, dude.
Second time now that we've gotten griefed by this fucking husk quest.
Yeah, it's impossible.
All right, I'm ordering my pizza right now. I'm gonna see if Larkson wants anything. All right, I'm ordering my pizza. So no matter what happens,
You're getting pizza.
yeah.
Pizza. Hopefully they show up with laundry detergent.
You're gonna need it. Now I want pizza.
I really want to know if you were on freaking voice comms in party or in proximity.
I think it might have been both.
Because he's like, I don't got any heals, and they start pushing. I'm like, oh my god.
Dude, I was baiting them. It's fine.
Holy shit. Oh, sorry. That's
Oh, I
so
gotta-
fucking funny.
Got a rattler. It's over.
I got a kettle, baby.
All right, I'm going to rival building. We ain't
Okay.
in the freaking desert for husks.
Holy shit, man.
Go to the arrival building.
This game is like 7,000 times harder in a squad.
Yeah.
Dude, the people that I fight in solos, like by the time they're about to fall over, they just now turn around when I'm
Yep.
killing them.
Yep.
They're like lost in the sauce.
Dude, they actually are.
Oh, the bastion's down there. Gonna have to go to the left here.
Ooh.
Yeah, Kettle's good. It's just, I feel like jiggle peeking in this game is so strong. Like, Kettle, you kind of have to, like, commit. You know what I mean? Whereas with the anvil, it's just like, jiggle peek, shoot, and in just a few shots, you can kill somebody. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with the game.
I think it's like Tarkov, by the way. Don't let your stam full drain.
Yeah,
I think it's like a slight time save, but
for sure.
shot south.
I think you mean like Dark Souls?
Right in front of me, right in front of me. Not real, not real. Whole team crossing.
He's lit. He's down. I'm getting fucked up.
I got this guy. I meleeed him to death.
Oh, the guy on the pole here, on the pole.
I got
oh,
two,
you
got
downed
two,
him.
got two.
Okay, nice.
I'm healing.
Oh,
Third, we're third.
They lit me up.
I got a live ping on
You
him.
get him?
I'm pushing him, I'm pushing him.
I'm pushing him too. I'm far.
He's running. Got him.
Nice.
Nice. Good shit.
That's what you get for
Oh my lord. I hope they had 7,000 gold guns.
There's a guy by the pole there you can loot.
Yep, that's the guy who fucked up.
Oh, these
Alright.
guys actually had shit.
This guy had fucking nothing.
Ruletta
Dude,
4,
get fucking
5
mopped by a
shields.
basic rattler. Fucking piece of shit. Wait, this is the guy I meleeed, dude. He got mad when I meleeed him.
Yeah, he didn't like that.
Is that a Hornet?
Yeah.
It's something.
Well, dude, I got 10 bullets in the rattler, right? So I literally mag dumped him, and I was like, oh, I'm fucked. So I pulled the melee out and bopped him in the head twice.
That's so
Do you want a
fucking funny.
Berletta? Oh, it's almost broken though.
No. Here
I
you
guess
go,
we gotta keep on
Ouroboros.
going. Oh, you full named me again, dude.
Ooh, I got a 30 mag kettle now. Let's fucking go.
Holy shit.
I got
Dude, they're
5
literally
herbal
us from the other
bandages too.
round. Just fucking walked right in front of a team.
That's literally us, dude. Just unlucky. Easy come, easy go, baby.
Do any of y'all need shields? I got 6.
I got 2. I'm
Okay.
gonna be okay with 2 for now.
I think I'm good.
We're a bit behind you, Denny.
Yeah, I'm just going underneath
Yeah.
for the weapons check.
Oh god, leap.
Reaper, there.
I don't think I've looted a single one of these weapon crates.
Great.
Do they always have a weapon?
Yes. If it's a weapon crate, it has a
Little
weapon. But what it has is the gamble.
I see.
Something on me.
Here, there's a weapons crate down here. You can have her.
Oh, thanks, Denny.
It's a renegade.
Oh my god.
You good?
What happened?
Yeah, I'm good. He just came in my room.
I even left a
Oh,
blueprint for you.
Patina blueprint. Shoot.
The most common blueprint in the game.
Where are you?
We're underground.
I'm over encumbered now. Cool.
There, right,
Okay.
right at the
I think I've
tunnel.
done
that
it.
you're at. Yeah.
Does it?
Yep. Okay.
Do
Does
you?
what?
Drops though.
I'm gonna give this renegade to Oro. I'm too heavy. I can't hold all these weapons.
Yeah?
Wait, all these weapons. What else you got? What the?
Well, I got an
Renegade?
osprey from one of those guys.
What the?
What is,
Renegade's the Winchester.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I'll take that.
Do you have medium ammo?
Yeah. Thank you.
Drop the kettle. What do you mean it's a... Oh, wait, it's a kettle 1.
Wait, kettle? What level was it?
I thought... It's just a level 1. For some reason I was thinking it was higher level. I guess I should have just dropped the kettle, but you know, I'm spreading the loot. Alright.
Spreading the loot, hitting a little zoo. Oh, that's meta. If you start a slide as you're falling, you land on your butt and just keep sliding rather than do that dumb fall animation.
I missed what you said. Some slide cancel.
You know how when you do the fall animation, you're like stuck on the ground kissing it?
Yeah.
So I just slid off something that would have normally made me do that, and I just continued on the slide as I landed.
Shit. Okay, I'm gonna try that next time.
Oh god.
What is going on?
There's
Frickin'
more?
Suicide bombers. Oh my god, there's still more.
Jesus.
Can we? Oh no, there's a freaking sentry, I didn't see it.
How do we get up to Denny? I don't even know.
I just had to hide. Oh, there's a bomber. Oh no. Get away, you little shit.
I don't know where you are, man.
Hang on. Currently being bullied.
I think we just gotta go deeper.
Okay, I'm good. Jesus.
Did you guys get any good loot?
I haven't looted yet.
not
I've been
much.
killing these stupid bomber bots the whole time.
Oh, fuck.
What is it? Oh, just oh god, there's another one. Nice shot.
I need these power cells.
Dude, I can't believe I got sniped from the fucking spaceport. That was crazy, actually.
Alright, Denny, where are you? Are you in arrival? Oh, you're in departure?
I'm in the locker room.
I missed you, Danny.
This
Where the
guy.
fuck are
Wait,
you?
wait, which locker room? The battery room?
Giga.
Or the
You found a Giga?
The Giga locker room.
I'm coming.
I caused an audio bug down here. I'm curious if you guys can hear it like I can. Oh my god, it's
probably
so
not.
loud. Well, I'm pretty much not
need
able
fireball
to loot these
burners?
lockers, so-
Hey, fireball burner.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Like 90% of the shit in these lockers.
Another
are
one on
leaving
this
behind.
guy.
Got some parts.
Is there any valuables?
A ton that I'm leaving behind.
Holy
Not
shit.
leaving.
Okay, ping.
Right on top of me.
Oh my god.
Oh, the turret.
Surprise,
Remember the one?
motherfucker.
Remember the one I was complaining about?
I'm coming. Alright. Well, this fucking teleported here when you said valuables. Holy
It's all mine.
Almost all the
Oh my
lockers I
God.
opened have stuff in them. I pretty much
Okay,
took
okay.
nothing out of them.
Insane.
I'm dropping a shield charger here. One once.
A shield recharger. Over here.
I feel like grabbing the seeds is actually good when you see them.
Oh god, yeah, dude. They're super efficient for just getting what you want.
Dude, I know there's a weapons crate spawn somewhere in this building, and I just don't know where.
Okay, one sec. Can you not put stuff on your weapon in the middle of? Oh, you can. Okay.
You can.
Gotta drag it. I think I can maybe do this. Yep. Oh god.
It clipped me, stupid thing. If you need like cloth and meds, like the durable cloth of the med room here is disgusting.
Oh yeah, I need some of those.
Okay. Oh no, I'm over encumbered. This is so sad. Oh my god. I think I leave that.
Here is the thermal cloth.
Yes. Could be in my inventory, could be anywhere. Soon I'll have a full stack, don't worry. Then I can't loot anymore.
I think I'm ready to go. How you guys feeling?
Yeah, I'm good soon.
Feeling like I should have found a weapons crate by now. It's popping off over there.
Someone's doing
Oh,
some
let's
good
go to
filming.
the close one. The thing I just pinged.
Okay.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm over encumbered. Oh, fuck. I don't know why we didn't just throw that.
I don't know, man. I wanted to group up quick and get the loot quick.
Oh wait, there's a player on me! On me! On me! On me!
Oh my god. Two of them. Oh, I got
Get down, get down, get down.
Jesus Christ. They're pushing. They're running.
Oh my god, I couldn't even take out my weapon.
Oh.
That's so cringe, dude.
Dude, Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Well, okay. Don't
We're
that suck?
leaving. I wish sound was better.
Like, if I left
Yeah,
2
no, that
seconds
was-
sooner, dude.
That was psycho.
Oh my.
I literally got.
It's because the
removed from
turret went
planet.
off, dude. The second that turret went off, they fucking ran up.
I tried to help you, but I had like a little repeater.
We should
and it just
have
blew me
held
up.
the bottom of the stairs. You got freaking 3v1'd up there.
Yeah, that was sad. That was sad. I should have ran down, but I just wanted to defend Dist. I was like, I will
Yeah, no,
protect you. That was stupid.
all good.
Rust and pepperoni.
Rip. Yeah, they had SMGs. And it was pretty good.
Well,
Okay.
We
I
run
lost
again.
the Slav squat.
It was a rough day.
It was going good for a while. We were
It was,
churning
it
in
was.
PvP.
yeah, I mean, the free loadout isn't doing us any favors right now.
Yeah. You guys, I'm gonna hop out.
Okay. You know what? My pizza's gonna be here soon, so.
Not because we're losing, because I promised I'd play with a friend.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
But this is fun. Thanks for playing. Thanks for inviting me, Dist.
Yeah, no problem. GG, dude.
And Denny, it was nice to meet you, dude. Let's play some more soon.
All right, good luck, man.
Bye, gamers.
Later.
All right, Denny.
I'm gonna grab some food too.
Yeah, my pizza's gonna be here soon. I might just run one solo real quick before it gets here.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. GG, brother.
GG.
All right, chat. Let's try a solo, shall we? I don't know how to. How do I like? How do I leave? Oh. Oh, that was so unfortunate, dude. Fuck, man. I got caught with my pants down. That was not good. Alright. We are just gonna go solo with a free loadout. Fuck it. Sound is bugged because they were silent. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, you say that, but like the turret was fucking shooting me. We should have killed that turret. Like, we should have killed that turret, man. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yeah, I mean, of course, but. Alright, time for vibes. I think I might go to departure building and just try to hit up those lockers. Oh my gosh, that was close. These guys not give the arc batteries? Oh.
Go to the departure building.
Yeah, thank you for the 5 gifted Rumsky. Get it, buddy. I actually need these scanners. I don't... This is a terrible idea. This was a bad idea, chat. I think it's not that accurate. Crouching makes your shots more accurate. Really? Somebody's extracting?
Just hang on a second. There.
What the hell's going on? What did somebody get that they're extracting already? Hello. Oh yeah, the raid's already partway through. Of course. Love when I find fucking purples. The free loadout. Where is that room? Oh, it's right here, isn't it? Oh, great. Thought I heard somebody. Bro. I wish I had a fucking container right now, dude. Honestly, dude, I just want to get out.
Head home at the west elevator.
I wish that I could, like, get out somewhere over here. Steps? Oh, somebody's activating it. I'm gonna wait, I think. I don't know. Dude, the audio in this game is so confusing, like... That shot sounded close. Bro. Alright, thanks, buddy. I'm friendly too. Not really. Oops. I saw somebody creeping. Get out of here. Nice. Well, that was good, dude. We got a fuck ton of treasure. Dude, that is such a good loot room. Made 27,000 there. Pretty good.
Finally, someone who recognizes greatness. What seems to be the problem? You're looking a bit rough, if I say so myself.
Might just run back in with this. Fucking loot and scoot. Solos is just... It's so much easier to like... to just... So many more... There's so many more friendly people, at least for now. I mean, not everybody, of course, but... Any pharmacy inside Buried City? Yeah, when I'm playing in a group, I feel like I just don't really get quests done for the most part. Alright, I feel like you gotta bring a Pharaoh just for, like, killing robots. The kettle ain't it. I think we can make some more of the shields now, too. Nice. Gun looks like a super soaker. Oh, my pizza's almost here, chat. My pizza's almost here! I can hit up Spicy and see if he wants to play. Oh, he's not online on Discord. What kind? Just cheese and pepperoni. Half cheese, half pepperoni.
The way that...
I gotta loot this barren husk.
An ESR analyzer is used to...
I'll put on a looting MK2 just so I can have a bunch of the 2 safe pockets. I think I'm just... Well, actually, my pizza's almost here, so I can't really queue. Alright, well, hold on. I'm gonna go use the restroom and then get my pizza. I'll see if anybody else is gaming.
Processing here. A photo board updated. Check carefully. Remember, power is out at 2200 hours.
Alright, pizza has been a... Huh? Am I muted? What's up? What's up? What's going on? I don't know. I kind of want to eat my pizza chat and just chill. I mean, I don't necessarily want to end stream because I'm probably going to keep playing Arc Raiders, but I also feel bad just being AFK. Hmm. All right, I'll turn on the latest Resident Evil Salt, or the latest Salt video. Some of you guys probably already seen this. Good idea, Ella. The video too loud? I can turn it down a smidge. No, we're gonna do progressive tomorrow. Nine hours in. Why'd everyone flush DS through randomizer? Because of that. I'm just kidding, but Hobbs infinite rolling strat. Oh, Hob. That's funny, yeah, like Hobbs like spamming rolls, meanwhile he's like 70% equip load. He's like going 2 inches. What a good video. What's up, Cactus? Thank you for the 47 months. Oh, sad. Oh man, the DS2 rando clips are so funny. This game is just so fucking jank. The fucking hollow gangbang. Super momentum. 566. Ooh. All right. I'm done with my pizza and I feel like I'm gonna explode.
An ESR.
The way they used to make.
Dude, solos in this game like stresses me out though. Like I don't know, man. Let's just send it. Yeah, it's an extraction shooter. Oh, is it daylight savings tomorrow? Can't blame Oro when you die in solo. Yeah, true. PvE mode with like extreme NPCs. Yeah, that would be cool.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep, though my suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
These buildings are so far away. I might just chill on the outskirts and loot up. I don't know. Oh man. I don't know if I need wires for anything or not. Anything even in this place? Guess it has a chance. So that is when somebody dies, right? Those things going up. Yeah, solos is against other solos, but in duos, you can go up against trios, which kind of sucks. Oh yeah, there is the item that sends up the flare. That's true. The bait item. Holy shit, it's dark in here. These places really don't have much. I kind of want to go to the container storage and see what's over there. How many players are in the solo maps? I'm not sure exactly. feel like the loot at the container store just kind of ass, from what I remember. I already came through here. Damn, where are those? Are those going off here? What the? Can't kill him anyways. I don't really like this chat. Maybe I should have tried to kill that. Oh. What's up, buddy? What the fuck? There's so many people here, dude. I'm not vibing with this.
Let's go to the departure building.
Honestly, dude, I just want to get out of here. I want to go to the departure building. There isn't really any way out, though. Unless I go out this way. Guess I can go out and around. I don't know. Thing is, I just like... I don't really have that good of guns to actually kill people with. I feel so, like, weak without the anvil now. The anvil's just so goddamn good. Well, I had just accomplished a whole lot of nothing. up, Team Sleep? This is quite the jog. Oh, is this where the baskets are? Oh. Yeah, the shotgun's really good. Hey, Ryle. What's up, dude? I want to go to Departure, but it's so far away. Mr. Ware, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, buddy. Oh, wait, this is the husk I need to activate. Buddha Baron Husk. Hopefully somebody lets me do this.
Baron Husk.
Does it go off again? How long does this shit take? Oh, there's a player down there. I'm not gonna shoot at him though. I don't think he cares. The fuck, bro? I think I hit that guy. Well, that other guy got shot by another player. I'm just gonna go wide, I think. I mean, I don't know. I could go try to fight. Kinda wanna just see if I can hit that fucking locker room, though, in the departure building. That locker room is so fucking good. Probably gonna get better shit there than I would from these guys. I feel like not that many people hit the locker room. And there's like a fucking war going on over there, so... Oh shit, somebody just died close to it though. Maybe I should go to the underground hidden bunker. Which side do you enter from? Holy. They kill each other? What the hell happened here? Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. We've been in this match for ages. Just gonna hit these for XP. What is fucking going on, man?
Head home at the south elevator.
I barely have anything, honestly. I got jack shit. Bunch of rubber. Oh my god. Fuck me. Where the Ugh. I don't like where I'm looting this guy at all.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing.
Not the
You have 10
seeds.
minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Oh my god, I need to reload, dude. What am I doing? Get caught with my fucking pants down. like that guy did. Oh, Wolfpack blueprint, bro. He had a damn key and a Wolfpack blueprint. Holy shit! I didn't even look at what it was. Well, it's in my butt, so it's safe. It's good. Why wouldn't he put that in his butt? It was probably a free loadout. Actually, I don't know. Was it actually what did he have a free loadout, Augment? I wasn't not sure. That guy is still up in the tower sniping. He's been there the entire game. I don't even know how to get up there. No fucking way, dude. It's still shooting? Yo, what's up, homie in the hatch? You good? You friendly? Homie? Fucking guy at the building is... Hey buddy, you leaving? You friendly?
Yeah.
Okay, this fucking sniper is driving me crazy, dude. Holy shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm sending it. What is this oh, this guy's fucking T-posing. Damn, I could have looted that guy. Well, that was a interesting run. I didn't lose. I mean, I'm not gonna lose the god loot. Like, oh hell yeah, dude. Wolfpack blueprint. That is so good. I gotta sell some stuff. Lobos blueprint. I think I got too much fabric. Too much plastic. I should probably get more max stam, but I want to just get the security thing, dude. But I'm still so far away. You see that though, Denny? I got the freaking Wolfpack blueprint, dude. I'm juiced.
You're better at this than most. Is there still life in the Barrens after all? Thanks.
Oh, I think Celeste reset.
What do you need, Raider?
I'm gonna buy more magnets. All the magnets.
Thanks. I'll get those sent to the greenhouses. I'm always looking for more seeds if you find any. Make good use of that. I appreciate you.
I can make more power cells. Oh, does she have a quest? Oh. You don't like extraction shooters that much? Would you like this? I don't know. I mean, it is an extraction game at its core. Like, people are gonna kill you and take all your shit. Or they're gonna try to kill you, I should say. If you play solo, though, I feel like people are more chill. But not always.
Feels like a different world.
That guy sitting up there with the sniper was so stupid. Like, even if he, like, what is he... Even if he downs one of us, how is he gonna get any, like, how is he actually gonna, like, get to us?
Celeste told me you're the one who helped her hound me about pitching in more. I'll say this once. I don't appreciate the medal.
Yeah, I mean, BF6 is super, like, super chill. 130k for the next one. God damn, dude. Just wants to grieve people. Yeah. I think you're right. God, I'm like always trying to remember where each fucking thing is, dude. It's like me. I just made a bunch of bandages instead of selling that fabric. Dude, we have so many keys. Gotta freaking use these things, man. I mean, I want to use a key. I guess I can bring it in the safe pocket anyways. Exploding caches. Problem is, I don't know where the keys are used exactly. I mean, like, I kind of do, but I don't know exactly where, and I don't want to be, like, running around like an idiot trying to figure it out. They help kill the surveyor after playing solo all day. Oh yeah, the surveyor quest,
An
right?
ESR analyzer is used to test the blood.
Surveyors are full of rare arc tech, so we might both come out of this ahead.
People sheltered in those camps back then. Used the outposts to send messages and keep an eye on the
Bill
arc
Gunn's
movements.
hideout next to the container storage. Oh, you know what? Oh, we had a match. I like just canceled the queue. I need to go take a shower soon. I'm feeling sweaty and gross.
Let's go to the arrival building.
Oh wait, I'm in the tunnels. Oh, this is a good spawn.
There. This is Shani. If you spot one of the surveyors, try to stun it before you engage. They're said to be full of rare arc tech, so we might both come out of this ahead.
I don't know if it's worth even breaching these. Give you anxiety alone. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. The weapons crate is somewhere in here, right? If I didn't go past it. I don't think I did, though. Ooh, a hatch key. No, if you're solo, you are against other solos, thankfully. There's the crate. Another hatch key? Double hatch key? Berletta. Nothing great. Why can't I see... Oh, switch layer. But just dip. I mean, I don't really have much, though. I don't want to go to departure.
Let's go to the departure building.
But I'm also scared, because I feel like that's such a hot spot. I think they're friendly. What's up, gentlemen? What you looking for?
There's some shotgun ammo, guys.
Where's the entrance? Where is that entrance? Oh, here's... What's up? It's just me.
I gotta stop picking the car down. I keep picking it up because, like, early game I needed a bunch of it. But, like, I have 330 in my stash right now.
I'm not getting much treasure. Probably should take all the seeds. Thanks. What are you looking for? We've got an aggro outside. Oh, I don't have my gun out, dude. Holy shit. I thought I fucking had it out. Jesus, that was fucking trash, bro. Holy shit. How am I alive, dude? He fucked up so badly. Yeah, well, I fucking pressed right click and then it didn't shoot, dude. It scared the shit out of me. Oh my god, I thought I had the gun equipped. I think maybe, yeah, I don't know what happened. I fucking scared the shit out of him. The fucking horror game. Oh my god. Can I salvage anything for fabric? He's probably got some bandies. Yeah, I'm gonna go close the door. Yeah, this guy had fucking nothing. Where did our homies go, dude? They go south elevator?
Let's head home at the south elevator.
Dude, is there a guy sniping up there again? Are they extracting?
ready to go.
Pretty. Rip T-Man. Hey, Bounty. Yeah, we were playing trios for like a few hours earlier. Yeah, trios is like a whole different fucking game. Well, I got too much stuff. I'm just gonna sell the grenades. I mean, they're good, but they sell for a good amount. Oh, the keys are worth nothing. They don't want you to sell those. That's fair. I'm just kind of curious. Wait, 6. Do I have enough snitch scanners to finally upgrade this fucking thing? Oh, I do. Nice. Oh, I can make zip lines and the raider keys now. Sick. Oh, that's what the rope's for. Damn, zip lines are easy to make, actually. Holy crap, zip lines are so good, I feel like. In some cases. Yeah, and then I'm gonna have to spend 130,000 just to get more fucking space, dude. It gets so expensive. What do you get from this? Really, I don't need... is there something I could buy with my seeds? How many seeds do I have? 104.
You doing all right, Raider?
Not enough stash space. I got too much random shit, dude. I don't need these bioscanners anymore.
Growing food may seem frivolous with Ark overhead, but raiders get hungry just like anybody else.
Handheld radio. Those explosive compounds. Which ones? Garlic press. Gives you a bunch of metal, actually. Yo, Odin Man, thank you for the 36 months, dude. Thank you, buddy. I don't think we need cat beds for anything. Agave. Wait, the shit's actually worth 1,000 each. Not bad. Actually, you probably use it to craft something, I imagine. Yeah, the stash and the dude, like, why can you only see, you have 200 items and you can only see what, 25 at a time? Like, who fucking came up with this shit? Like, you see, there's 24 items that you could see at one time. I don't know. Definitely feel like there's like space. If there was less open space here, they could easily fit like one more column at least. And that's, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, just the way that the stat system works is kind of ass, honestly. Got 4 of these hatch keys. Oh, what's up, Hydra? I don't think I need these pop triggers anymore. Oh yeah, how do I make oh yeah, it's explosive station. Level 3. Oh, I need, oh, that's what I sold, I see. Oopsies. Oh shit, wait, yo, I have enough. I can get level 3. Level 3 station, I can make fucking wolf packs now. Let's go. Sick. Bombardier cell. Antiseptic. Oh, Surveyor Vault. That's that one quest. Rusted gear, firing core. Or upgrades. Can you make these extended light mags? Make the +5 one. Guess you gotta find the green ones. Oh man, I definitely got the gear fear in this game though. Like, I should bring better stuff, but at the same time, I don't know. It's definitely easier to want to like power key. Attachments are expensive. They're not that bad, really. You can make them pretty easily. At least the white ones. Yeah, then like these attachments also don't stack. Just the lack of like being able to stack stuff in this is, I don't know, just suffering from success, I guess. I'll be back in a sec, chat. Chat, I think I might actually call it a night here. I kind of want to go, like, take a shower. I might end up playing, like, another hour after I take my shower, but I really want to take a shower. I'm feeling kind of grimy. I mean, maybe I'll turn the stream back on if I end up playing more later tonight, but, either way, thank you everybody for watching. Evasive face. Is this toast? Oh yeah. I think we did some, I think I did some like sponsor with toast before. I can't remember what it was. Leaked. Sure he has like thousands of fucking friend requests. Yeah, there was a lot of good games today, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I appreciate y'all watching. I hope y'all enjoyed the Arc Raiden. This game is really addicting. Tomorrow we're doing the progressive sponsor. Honestly, I kind of wish that I was doing the progressive sponsor like next weekend, because I feel like I'm just gonna be thinking about this game tomorrow during the fucking sponsor. I just want to play more of this game. I'm sure I'm having a lot of fun with it right now, but I don't know. In a week or two, I'm not sure if I'll be enjoying it as much as people get like rattier and start abusing bullshit and whatnot. This game's really fun. I don't know. I'm like a sucker for extraction games, to be honest, chat. I mean, I played so much Dark and Darker, and I mean, I will say I do prefer Dark and Darker in the sense that it's a fantasy game. I mean, this game's kind of fantasy because there's like robots and stuff, I guess, but I do like the whole like fantasy aspect of Dark and Darker. Fantasy robots, yeah. It's sci-fi, yeah, it's more sci-fi for sure. Yeah, I love Dark and Darker. It's just a shame the devs for that game are not, that they're trying their best. Their best ain't the greatest, but or maybe they're not trying their best, but